right, well, good morning, everyone. Just waiting for our green screen to be lifted. There we are. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to a fairly unprecedented Budget Committee meeting. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask that you ensure your phones are on silenced mode. Before I deliver the commencement of the budget here, I think there are quite a few housekeeping items that I would like to get out of the way. A few comments that I would like to make. And apologize, I'm juggling multiple screens here, so just bear with me. I think at first I'd like to acknowledge that there has been a positive case of COVID-19 at our central administration building here that we fondly refer to as CAB. Public Health did not declare an outbreak at CAB, and we want to make sure that we're clearing up that technical matter, that an outbreak has not been declared, but there has been a positive case of COVID-19 among our staff. We have followed the instructions of Public Health and exceeded recommendations in a matter of being cautious. The safe operation of a building and the contingency planning process that we follow are managed by staff and our subsequent policies. I did also want to take an opportunity this morning just to share a little bit of information that I slept on last night. We had this positive case announced, and I was inundated with phone calls and emails from my colleagues inquiring as to whether the meeting would be proceeding and in what fashion. I had a brief conversation with Mayor Chop, and I wanted to share some of the positive takeaways that I had from that conversation. I think leadership, it comes in different fashions, different forms. Today we have several council members in attendance in person, and I think that we're either, foolish or brave to be here. And I'm really glad to see you in person, but I'm also glad to see a number of council members, including Mayor Chop, in attendance virtually. I also think that you're quite brave in joining us digitally and entrusting me to get through the proceedings here in some uncharted waters. And I just want to acknowledge that those that are joining us remotely, they are also, taking a small, I would say, risk, and any technical difficulties we may experience today, I'll hopefully mitigate those, and we'll get through those challenges together. But I'm so proud of each and every one of you for attending, because we can't let COVID-19 stop the important business of Norfolk County Council. So back to my original point that, leadership comes in different forms, in different fashion, and I think each and every one of you are showing leadership today by attending our meeting and helping us get through the important business of passing our budget. I also had an opportunity to speak with Deputy Mayor Chris Van Passen, who is in attendance in person, but we've sequestered him to a room on his own downstairs. I had a conversation with Chris about the fact that we are in Budget Committee, and this does need to go to Council for final approval. And if any member wish to pull any of our items for further discussion, if you've slept on it, we've got another week to review what's transpired. And if you did want to pull an item for further discussion, if you believe a mistake has been made, or you've slept on it and you're having sober second thoughts, I would encourage you to contact the clerk, preferably 24 hours in advance, and we can actually have that item pulled and placed onto the agenda for that council meeting, and that would be totally in order. So again, while we are making recommendations to council for a final decision, we are acting in an advisory capacity, and we're sending our recommendations to council for that final vote. And Andy, correct me if I'm wrong, it would not require 2/3 in order to pull an item and place it on the agenda.
You're correct, Chair Rabbits.
Thank you. With those housekeeping items out of the way for council's information and for the public, I think I'd like to get our agenda approved. And then I think, I'd like to open up the floor. I've had an opportunity to speak. We're having our first meeting that is truly having a good number of council committee joining remotely, and so I do want to offer an opportunity if anyone wished to speak on the matter before we really get into today's meeting. But before we do that, let's go ahead and get our agenda approved. We have a number of additions to the agenda. Mostly they are communication items, and I'll pull up our agenda and we'll have an opportunity just to list them, and if anyone wanted to speak to them, there'll be an opportunity for that as well. We'll likely pass them all as information in a lump form unless someone did want to remove an item and speak to it specifically. But we have before us those added communication items. There are 5 of them. You should have received them either in hard copy or by email. And with that, I would be looking for a motion to approve our agenda as amended, or are there further changes to the agenda? And I am looking around for hands. We have a motion by Councillor Martin to approve the agenda as amended. Do we have a seconder? Mayor Chop has seconded. And I think what we'd like to do is, I can see many of you on my screen, and the county clerk will be assisting to capture those votes. You can either raise your hand in the screen, or there's that little widget where you can raise your hand as if you'd wish to speak. And if you're raising that, I guess we'll consider that as a vote in the affirmative when I'm calling the question or I'm asking for a vote. So can we please have a vote to approve the agenda as amended? All those in favor? So carried. Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll consider it adopted. So with that, just bear with me while I pull up the actual agenda that we'll be following. It was emailed to us. Very good. Let's hear from Mayor Crystal Chop. I've seen her hand raised. Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just before we begin, would you be able to go through who is actually in the room? I think it probably would have been prudent maybe to move the councillors. I'm assuming Councillor Huffman is there, down one of the seats on the floor so that the camera could stay on the group at all times. Otherwise, we're going to lose that shot of who's there and who's speaking when the camera is moved. Oh, Councillor Huffman, you're at home there. Okay, I see you now. I guess to that end then, Councillor Rabbits, if you could just list who is actually there in the room for me.
Very good, thank you. So we have in attendance in person, we have Councillor Martin, Councillor Columbus, myself, Councillor Rabbits, Budget Chair, and we have Councillor Van Passen in attendance in person. Remotely, we have Mayor Chop, we have Councillor Huffman and Councillor Taylor.
I would say, it wasn't a matter of being concerned from my perspective of going into CAB. We're asking our employees are still there working in the building. And as you raised at the beginning of the meeting, staff have gone above and beyond to follow the recommendations from public health. A deep cleaning was done in the building and so on and so forth. But really it came following a conversation with Shankar, which is what I sent out to council, that, we are asking all of our businesses to do business differently right now, to find other ways of working remotely. So it wasn't a matter of bravery. It was a matter of, demonstrating leadership of if this is what we're asking our community members to do, given that, as the clerk has also provided to council, almost every other municipality has begun conducting their meetings during this, crisis remotely. And trying to follow through, with the same things that we're asking of our community members. So thank you, Mr. Chair, and I'm sure we'll get through it just fine today. And if we don't, there's always the opportunity. We can certainly reschedule as needed.
Thank you. At this juncture, I would like to ask if there's any others that wish to speak. We're we're in unprecedented times, I would argue, and if in uncharted waters here. I'm going to circle back to Andy Grizel, who would like to have some comments.
Certainly, I just want to apologize certainly to the health unit and council. When this was emerging yesterday morning, trying very quickly to get some things in place, I used the wrong term in an internal email of outbreak. That was based upon my understanding that one case in a long-term care facility means an outbreak. It's certainly different for this situation here in CAB, but we were moving fast and trying to make judgments quickly in providing advice based upon what other municipalities are doing during the pandemic. And so we did get that out there, but it was the incorrect term. And I did refer other media inquiries to Matt Terry, who I do know did provide the official kind of position of the county. So what I sent to council via email, though, had the incorrect terminology. Apologies for that.
Thank you, Andy. Is there further comments from Budget Committee? Seeing Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'd like to take advantage of this opportunity now that we have isolated who's participating virtually and who is participating in person. And I guess I would just like to preemptively share my position as to why I am here today, because I'm sure we will be asked. So first and foremost, I hope that all of our staff and our team are healthy and well, and kudos to the health unit for jumping on the tracing and so on and so forth. I respect every council member's choice to participate electronically, virtually, or in person. And although we are asking our community members to adapt and be flexible, I later today will be participating in council and committee from home to reduce exposure here. However, budget is just simply too important for me as my own personal choice to not be able to look the chair in the eye, be recognized when I have a comment. When we look at the severity of the decisions coming up today, FTEs being impacted, millions of dollars being drawn on the legacy fund, this is where I'm comfortable being to make those decisions for the day. And if it's good enough for our businesses to go through a deep clean and put their staff back in the building the next day, if it's good enough for schools to operate that way, then it is good enough for me today to participate in person for budget. So thank you very much for that few moments.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Further from Budget Committee, seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Councillor Martin has said it well on my behalf as well. Just want to ask the clerk if are we doing anything wrong by participating in person here, Mr. Clerk?
Certainly no, everything is in accordance with the procedural bylaw and any regulations, and there's nothing wrong at all. Just basing recommendations on what other municipalities are doing right now.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
And is there anyone joining us remotely who would like to speak on the matter? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time. I think we've covered our basis. So back to our budget agenda. It's been circulated. We're looking at day 3. It's Tuesday, January the 12th, 2021. Motions and deliberations day continued. So I've gone through my opening remarks here. What we haven't asked for is an acknowledgement if there's any pecuniary interest. Do we have any pecuniary interest that would like to be declared? Seeing none, we will continue on. Our next bit of business is going to be the 2021 budget deliberations update. It's basically a brief summary of day 1 and day 2, the adjustments that we have made, and I believe this will be presented by Megan Souls. Megan, are you on the line?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you well. Please proceed.
Thank you, Budget Chair Rabbits. Through you to the rest of the Budget Committee, I just wanted to provide a brief recap of the 2 full days of budget deliberations, as a lot of information was covered last week. On the first day, we covered that the base budget to run Norfolk County as is 12%. Staff collaborated and identified 27 options, which, if approved, would reduce the increase by 3%. Lastly, as this only brought the increase down to 9%, staff have proposed a temporary relief strategy to reduce the increase by another 5%. This put the proposed levy at 4% going into day 2's deliberations. On day 2, Council reviewed options 1 to 22, excluding option 21 related to the library service reductions, which is item number 6 on today's agenda. As a result of the deliberations, the levy decreased by 3,900 and $391,100 as a result of the following changes. Option 7, the closure of the South Walsingham transfer station was removed from the options, adding back $82,500 to the levy. Option 10A, foam repairs, was enhanced to include the standardization of equipment and combined bring your own device strategy to find an additional $5,000 in savings. This brought the proposed savings from $5,000 to $10,000. And then option 19, the council initiative reserve. An additional savings of $468,600 was found by reducing the contribution to the council initiative reserve. The original option was to reduce the contribution by $250,000 to a total of $750,000. However, after deliberation, the contribution was reduced by a total of $718,600, making the revised contribution for 2021 $281,400, the amount required to have the opening balance in the reserve at $1 million. This puts the proposed levy increase at 3.6 at the end of day 2, down from the original 4, but before the deliberations on options and levy relief are complete. Also, during the 2 days of deliberations, the following additional information was distributed to the Budget Committee. Current value assessment comparators from the most recent BMA studies, a project list for option 25, delay or remove levy-funded capital projects, a project listing for option 26, shifting the funding from the levy support to debt funded. So we gave you the details of those projects. And then we also circulated a few items through email since the deliberations. So more information was received on the museums and updated performance measures for items listed on page 3 of the separate Board of Health package was also circulated. And that ends the recap of what has happened from day 1 and day 2. But before I pass it back to Budget Chair Ravitz, I just wanted to cover some additional supplemental information we have received since. Norview Lodge has received a grant from ICAP for approximately $96,000, which could be used to amend the proposed budget before you today. They've met and they've identified 2 projects that they could use towards this funding. The first is about $84,000 for needlepoint bipolar ionization units, approximately 14 machines, around $6,000 each. And basically, my understanding what these machines are is they're an air purifier. So not only could they assist with the COVID-19 that we're experiencing right now, but they also help with fungi, mold, allergens, mold, mildew, dust control, bacterial E. coli, etc. And then the remaining amount of the funding they would use to apply against dining room table purchases. So the dining room table purchases, there's already $21,700 in our proposed budget. Basically, this would reduce the levy contribution for this because we could use the funding, whereas the annual ionization units are new. So again, we just wanted to bring that to the committee's attention in case they wanted to move to reduce the budget by the 11-4 today and approve the application of the funding towards these capital items. If you have any more questions on this item, I'm sure staff could provide you much more technical, better details than what I've just given you today, but that was the primer. And with that, I'm going to pass it back to Budget Chair Ravitz to continue on today's agenda.
Thank you, Megan. Are there any questions resulting from Megan Soul's update from Budget Committee? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Chair Ravitz. I do have a question concerning the Norview, but I'm assuming we can ask that directly to staff when we get there in our budget. Is that appropriate?
I may go back to staff to find out what their preference is for when to ask that question, because I see the options, but I'm not seeing Norview as listed in our agenda for discussion. Jason, can you help us out?
It completely up to council. Yeah, there is no specific option on that. That's part of the agenda, but council can at the end certainly ask any questions with regards to any particular divisional budget. So it's up to the chair how. My thought was we would go through the options, and then if there was other questions on specific divisional budgets, then you can do that all at the same time.
I think that's an order, and that's a good suggestion. If there's anything that isn't captured within the options and you did wish to discuss a line item specifically or ask a question that the options didn't encapsulate, then you'll have an opportunity at the end. I'll sort of open up the floor for any general type questions. With that, I'm looking at our agenda here. Is there any further questions of committee before I move on? Seeing none. I'm looking at our agenda here. There's a bullet point here for outstanding items from day 1 and day 2. Prior to getting into that, I don't actually see a bullet point for our communication items, so I think I'd like to get the housekeeping out of the way before we really get into it. So we have those changes to the agenda. There are 5 items of communication. What I plan on doing is reading those out, and then I'll ask if there are any questions, if anyone wanted to pull one of the items for discussion. Provided that there aren't any items pulled, there isn't any further discussion, we'll likely move those in one solid block. So our first item of communication, it's listed as item 5I. It's from Rick Levesque from Long Point World Biosphere Reserve Foundation. I believe it's Long Point Region World Biosphere Reserve Foundation. Heritage and Culture in 2021 County Budget. Our next item of communication is item 5J, Katrina Marks, Multicultural Heritage Association of Norfolk, 2021 Budget, Heritage and Culture. Item 5K is Andy, I apologize if I'm having a hard time with your last name, Podoksky. Thank you, Councillor Columbus, for that, from the Delhi Tobacco Museum and Cultural Center. Next we have item 5L, that's from Mary Jane Kekes. Thank you. Mary Jane Kekes from the Delhi Tobacco Museum and Cultural Center. Next we have item 5M, Lay Burbridge, 2021 Budget, Heritage and Culture. We have another item, communication item 5N, Jim Norman, 2021 Budget and Heritage and Culture. I believe we already had received a similar item of communication, and that is our next item from item 5O, and that's from Wes Wilson, the petition 2021 Budget, Heritage and Culture. So all of those items of communication, maybe I miscounted, 1, 2, 3, 4, actually 7 of them, have been added as additions to our agenda. Is there anyone that wished to discuss any of those items of communication? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Budget Chair, over the weekend, I had letters dropped in my mailbox from this Miss Marcus from the Multicultural Heritage Association of Norfolk, Mr. Pototsky, who's the chair of the BIA of Delhi, and Mary Jane Kekes with the, I believe she's with the Heritage and Culture also, about potential closure of the Delhi Tobacco Museum. And I don't know, I didn't think there was any potential closure put forward, but they obviously are expressing their concern because this museum is a valuable resource to the Delhi area, Norfolk County as a whole.
Thank you for bringing that point of clarification up, Councillor Columbus. I think I would like to go to the CAO. As Jason Burgess has said in the past, it is very difficult to clear up every misconception that exists out in the public, but as they arise, we can endeavor to try to clarify any of those points. I'm not sure if we have Melissa Culver or any of our museum's staff present at this juncture in the meeting to answer that question, but let's go to Jason and we can always circle back to that at the end of our meeting.
Sure. The previous option that council had debated on the last budget day, there was no reduction in or there was no closure, I should say, in museums. The only thing that was discussed was that if we dedicated 2 staff members to the strategic planning process, we would pull them out of frontline service work. They would focus on the strategic museum study, and that would mean a reduction in some hours of service, but not a closure. And we would take the best of our abilities to make sure that those reduction in hours was evenly spread out amongst each of the museums of the county.
Thank you for that. Further, Councillor Columbus?
That's all I got, sir.
All right. Are there any further questions arising from the communications, or are there any further discussion points from committee? Seeing no hands, we'll consider, or actually I'll ask for a mover and a seconder to accept those items of communication as information. Do we have a mover? Seeing Councillor Huffman and Councillor Martin. All those in favor? So carried. With that, I did want to circle back with Jason Burgess because there were a few outstanding items from day 1 and day 2 that we both felt needed some more solid direction. I believe one of them was arising from some direction provided by Councillor Van Passen that was received as direction, but it would be procedurally best for us to actually vote on the matter. And make sure that we get that in the minutes, and that's the direction that we take. It can be difficult sometimes when an individual on council or committee provides direction, but there isn't actually a vote on it. Was that the intent, or was that merely the musings of one individual as a potential option for a community to pursue? So, with that, I think I'd like to circle back to our CAO. It's listed that I would be presenting those outstanding items, but I think Jason has the best handle on it. That was just one of the items that first came to mind, was the direction received from Councillor Van Passen that we all nodded our heads, but we didn't actually vote on.
Sure. Through the chair to budget committee, it was staff's understanding that the intent of Councillor Van Passen was to move the council contingency fund to be funded to the level of $1 million. And therefore, I can't remember the exact math, but for this year, it would mean a $280,000 funding amount be put in. So, we believe that at the end of the budget process, we would add a motion that would say that, it is the intent of council that the $1 million contingency fund be maintained at a level of $1 million or topped up each year to that $1 million, and that would have a specific levy impact. The difference from what previous councils had approved was that essentially every year $1 million would be levied, and that fund could build up over time. So you could, if you never spent any money, the council reserve could go to $2, $3, $4 million. So we just we'll draft a motion to clarify that, but it was our understanding that all the heads nodded around the table, that was what we were capturing as the intent, is that it was just to keep essentially a constant $1 million contingency or strategic reserve fund for council's activities.
Thank you. Were there any further outstanding items that you believe should be addressed at this time, Jason, or in your opinion, should we open up the floor to some discussion on that?
I don't believe so, and I'm looking at any. Oh, I believe finance might also want clarity on rooftop solar, so I'll turn that over to finance. I'm still struggling a bit with my text messages from staff and a chat thing going on with staff, so. I believe if finance has further clarification, Catherine Fanning might have that other clarification.
Catherine, are you with us?
Hi, Chair Rabbits. Yes, I'm with you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Please proceed.
Perfect. So we were just seeking clarification that the rooftop solar net metering project, right now it's funded from the levy. And we had heard from Councillor Van Passen a suggestion that it be funded through the climate adaptation program, the $100,000 for 2021. So we didn't have a formal motion relating to that, but that would provide $30,000 of savings to the levy.
Understood. I think procedurally, I'd like to get through the rest of our options here, and if we could have both of those motions prepared to be read at the conclusion of our budget process, I think that would be in order. Before we move on, though, are there any questions of committee of this process, this suggestion, or any questions for either Jason or our finance team at this juncture? Seeing none, we'll deal with that business at the conclusion of our proceedings. We'll now move on to our options, and we are starting on option 23. This is the collective agreements, work with unions on collective agreement provisions, such as the standard work hours. In our big binders, we're on page 2-84. Are there any questions of Budget Committee for staff? Seeing no hands raised, we'll now ask if there is any member that wishes to propose an amendment or an alternative to staff's recommendation. Again, seeing no hands raised, and I am, Councillor Martin.
Thanks, you're so diligent on that. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess not a proposed amendment, a question from through you to our CAO. What would the update process be once you start to have these discussions? At what point in time would you come back to council and share information with us so we're all on the same page concerning any updates or unique new arrangements?
Thank you for the question through the chair to the committee. I would break the situation down into two different ones. As noted, there are a number of union contracts that are that will be going into our regular negotiation process. And for those, it would be the regular updates from Ms. Anderson that we provide. We provide when the negotiations are starting. We normally go in camera for some targeted goals, and that would be part of it and be no different than the other ones. For any other contracts where we're looking for amendments, we would notify you when we're proposing the amendments to and what amendments we're proposing specifically, and then we would provide any feedback as it comes through. So these things usually take a while, so I would expect kind of quarterly updates on this going forward from HR. Ms. Anderson's on the line, so she can provide potentially further comment on that.
Let's hear from Aaron. Aaron, are you with us?
Thank you. Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Certainly, we will, as soon as this process is approved, we will engage our partners in the unions and start the process, and then we can provide updates as we have them to council, or as frequently as council wishes.
Further, Councillor Martin, I'm seeing your head shake yes, you're good. Okay. With that, do we have any further questions of committee? Seeing none, I will again ask if there are any amendments or alternatives that a committee member wishes to propose.
Chair Rabbits, I'm sorry for interrupting, but I've had my hand up several times. I guess you're not able to see my screen. I'm not sure what's happening there. But
thank you, Councillor Michelli. I can see your screen now.
When I'm doing this, can you see that?
I can just now, but prior you were not visible to me. Can we try to do that hand raised widget just to see if that is functioning on your end? Near your top bar, there will be a participants, a chat, and I believe there's a hand raised icon.
Yeah, I'm Chair Rabbits, it's not letting me raise the hand.
Okay, well, with that, I can see you, and we'll just have to go with the visual for now. I have been
Okay.
able to see others' hands raised, and that's what I was looking for. But I think since I've acknowledged you and you're speaking now, you're on my screen, and no apology required for the interruption. Thank you for adding your voice to the conversation. You may proceed.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had just a question. Perhaps it's for Ms. Anderson or Jason may be able to answer this. Just with regard to these negotiations that we would have with these unions, I'm just wondering if you were able to, and I know this is a difficult thing because most of what we are dealing with here is very much unknown. But I am just curious if you had some kind of comment about the the chances of success. I'm just wondering with regard to myself being a member of a labor union. My curious question would be about the impression that the union's representatives may take, that some of the suggestions we make are, in some ways perhaps clawbacks of previous victories that they, negotiated in the past. And I'm just kind of curious if you could just maybe briefly comment on that.
Sure, I'll start, and Ms. Anderson can provide additional comment. Through the chair to the councillor, I think that's a good question. I think that is one perspective that some unions may have. I think what's clear, though, is that both last year and this year, and the transparency of our budget process, at the end of the day, I don't think either side likes to see layoffs occurring and employment being reduced. And I think if there are some things that both sides can work on to reduce the amount of layoffs, then that's something that that's something that their side needs to consider. It's not our preferred method, frankly, of budgetary savings is for layoffs, and I think we can look to work with our union partners to see if there's other creative solutions that that can happen. Even if it's in my perspective, even if we completely fail and nothing happens, at least we tried. And that's really the intent is can we make sure that we look at all options prior to, a layoff. What is clear in this process is we had targeted savings for this year, and we're very clear with the targeted savings that we need to get through for next year or the next 2 years. Frankly, we need to find $7 million worth of savings over the next 2 years. So, we hope that our labor partners will work together with us to look for some of those savings. And it, like I said, it might be sometimes terms of their contract. In some cases, it might be other suggestions that they might have to look for some savings. So, like I said, this is just an open attempt to look for ways to reduce our layoff position. I'll stop there and I'll see if Ms. Anderson has any further comment on that.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Through the chair to Councillor Michelli. Absolutely, this is a collaboration process, and so we as the employer do not have the ability to unilaterally change provisions of the collective agreement. And so it's really working together with our union partners to see if we can make changes that result potentially in a cost savings so that, we're not looking at layoffs in the future. But really it comes down to a collaboration process and really engaging and working with our partners in the unions to see what we can do.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. And just a technical update on my end, I have you all pinned to my screen. I can see each and every one of you remoting from home. And I did see the icon for the hand raise was working for Mayor Chop. Mayor Chop, you'll be our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jason covered it, actually. He touched on it at the end. Thanks.
Very good. So apologize for those at home, just a couple hiccups trying to get things organized on our end, but it seems like we're good to move on with our meeting. So I've offered an opportunity for questions. I believe everyone's had an opportunity to ask the questions they wish to ask. I'll again once more ask if there are any amendments or any alternatives a member would like to pose to committee. Seeing none, we'll consider option 23 as adopted, and we'll continue on in our agenda. We are now on option 24. This is targeted labor reduction, targeted reduction of FTEs to reduce the tax rate. This is appearing on page 2-86 of our big budget book. I'll first offer an opportunity for anyone to ask any questions of our staff from committee. Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Probably just a procedural question on, there's a variety of different departments impacted here. How's the best way to go about, I'm not prepared to move this in full as presented or support it. So how is the best way to tackle this, given that we have a supplementary documentation that's closed session and so on?
It's a good question. I think I'd like to go back to staff to endeavor to respond. This is an item that would be impacting multiple departments, and perhaps for the benefit of council and the community, a brief presentation would be in order.
Sure, I can certainly start, and we, and the clerk can, the clerk can provide commentary too if, if and when council wants to move into closed session to receive additional, more detailed information. But I'll start the presentation by providing some overview. And some of that overview was provided in the current state analysis of the targeted labor reductions. When you look at Norfolk County's staffing levels, what's sometimes misunderstood by many people out there is that the most number of employees that we have are actually contained in Norview. That is our single biggest division for employment. And because of the heavily regulated nature of that operation, it is very difficult, frankly, to target any reductions there. Additionally, another significant department is our health department. Again, during a global pandemic, very difficult to target labor reductions there. So when you take out those two departments, that accounts for just under 40% of our total labor force. And so then when you're looking for targeting labor reductions, you're really only having to, the other 60% of the labor force is essentially has to bear the full brunt of the reductions. So the general framework that management undertook to find these savings was kind of a multi-layered approach. We looked at many things. It wasn't a pure ranking, but we looked at many factors. So the factors that we looked at were which departments had received service level increases in recent years, and are those some of those service level increases, could they be clawed back to where we were in prior years, since it seemed to be an improvement recently. Not saying that that's a good thing or a bad thing, but that's one of the things we factored in. Another thing we factored in is areas where we would have ongoing or long-ranging vacancies. If the department has a history, or a position has a history of being vacant for a long period of time, we've clearly figured out a way to work around that vacancy. So can we essentially make that a permanent vacancy? So those are some of the factors that we put into it. The third factor is we did look at where does the service rank within the polling that we had done with citizens as far as their level of importance for that service. And we also take a look at how are we spending in comparison to the BMA provincial averages for that service. So we put all those considers and factors into the mix and come up with some rationale for the different layoffs. We also, for this one, factored in, council needs to remember that we also had, I believe it was 18.5 FTE reduction last year. So certain departments that were hit last year, it was very hard to go back and hit them again. So, you know, again, it reduces the targeted areas we could actually seek layoffs from. So that, excuse me, that was the general framework that we did. How it worked was SLT reviewed an initial list of layoffs, and there was some adjustments made by SLT to that initial list, and then we obtained the final list, which we presented to council, and a targeted savings of $1.5 million. The one thing I do want to stress is, you know, it's pretty easy for people to say, oh, you know, it's a fat organization. It's there's lots of waste and duplication of services and all that stuff. And anyone who's worked in the municipal environment certainly hears that. But, you know, I would draw the attention to council of some of the information I put in to the background information. And when you compare us directly to Holdeman, our counterparty, we are not off, frankly, on, you know, spend per capita or employees per capita for, you know, for what we're doing for providing services to the county with the staffing complement we have. So, you know, we, both Norfolk and Haldeman run pretty efficient operations, and I just wanted to remind council that we are right there with Haldeman as far as efficiencies when you compare us to our neighbor. So that's a general overview of how staff looked at the labor cuts. You also have to remember, council, that we also had a different scenario of how do you get to a zero budget, and that was presented to council at a very high level prior to Christmas, and it was at that point in time management notified council that we would not be recommending taking that level of labor reduction to obtain to a zero, and we targeted $1.5 million reduction, you know, and a heavier increase in the levy than what was provided in guidance. So hopefully that's sufficient background on general terms for how we came up to the targeted labor reduction.
Thank you, Jason. We will circle back to Councillor Martin, and then we'll hear from Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. That's helpful. One of the things you said that was very helpful was the reoccurring vacancies. So in an effort to stay in open session as long as we can, if we were to number the closed session document you gave us with each position equaling 1 from the top down to the bottom, would you be able to identify to us vacant positions in a way that is appropriate to do so? That would make a huge difference to me if it's been sitting open and staff have been able to perform duties without that being filled. And furthermore, I'll let you answer whether it's here or later in some type of close, but down at the bottom, the second on that same list, the second from the bottom, I would like to know the positions associated with that reduction. Again, going back to the service level, how that one's kind of listed as a service level reduction, not as positions. I would be interested in that. And while you're doing that, I will throw a third comment your way. Councillor Columbus, I believe, brought this up, which on one of our other budget days, 3-3, the proposed 2021 levy-supported operating budget, demonstrates the salaries and benefits is up at 7.3%. I apologize, Mr. Burgess, you did answer this. I don't recall the specific answer, but it's directly tied to, option 24. When we look at making labor reduction cuts, but yet we see a 7.3 increase up to 75 million in salaries and benefits. When we first started our term, we were at 66 million. Are you able to, again, I apologize, but repeat your answer that you gave to us prior as to why that is?
Jason?
Sorry, just trying to find the unmute button, and I'll have some staff also support me on this. One of the biggest adjustments to salaries and to FTE headcount has been council-approved initiatives. So one of the big jumps, quite frankly, relates to COVID-19. Public Health had presented a budget adjustment late in the fall, and that jumped staff complement by 20, I believe, FTEs and several $1 million. So that was one of the single biggest movements on that. We don't view that as a core employment increase because it's temporary in nature. It's for COVID. There were some other council initiatives that were also there, and I'll ask. Hopefully I bought enough time for staff to dig up the council initiatives and the impact on salaries and FTEs.
If I may interject to staff as well, I would be interested what our percentage and dollar value is without the COVID team in there, just as a comparator to see what our actual baseline increase is for the 2020 year on salaries and benefits without the COVID health unit team. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, Catherine Fanning here. I'll speak to the first part about the FTEs included in the council-approved initiatives, while my colleagues are working on the other component that you had requested. So most of the FTEs, as Mr. Burgess stated, are for COVID-19 related items. In addition to the 17.2 FTEs for the Health and Social Services Board of Health COVID-19 response team, we also had 12 FTEs related to Norview Lodge's response for additional pandemics staffing, which is provided by funding from the ministry. In addition, we had the school-focused nurses initiative, which provided 5 additional FTEs, which is also related to the Board of Health's COVID-19 response. The other largest component within this number is 5 FTEs for the homelessness prevention services. So that was a pilot project that has been undertaken for the last 2 years. Those 5 FTEs have been included in our complement. However, this CAI just brings them out and makes them permanent. So that pilot project has now ended, and council approved this to be permanent and ongoing until the funds are no longer provided from the ministry. So that's 5 of the FTEs. We also had an NBI put forward for the financial improvement, information and system improvements positions, which was 2 FTEs of that component, which were provided for funds. So as discussed by Mr. Burgess, most of these positions are related to COVID-19 and I'm going through right now to take a quick look, but most of them are temporary in nature. So they are for our response to COVID and will no longer exist after our COVID-19 response ends. And I'll just ask for just a minute to respond to the other part of Councillor Martin's question.
Sure, thank you very much, Catherine. So just as a quick calculation, I could be wrong here, but we're in the ballpark about the 36.2 additional staff members, but most of them are temporary in nature. Some of them have direct funding from the province. So that is good to know. Thank you.
Great. Before we have further information from Catherine Fanning on that last question, we'll give her an opportunity just to organize and can circle back. I've seen a couple other hands raised. We'll next move to Mayor Chop, and then we'll hear from Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to add for staff, I have a couple other comments to make afterwards, but in terms of the drivers as well, when Councillor Martin references the initial salary component from when our terms began, staff can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe this is where this number slips in. But one of the big drivers as well under this term of council was the fact that post-retirement benefits were never being included previously in the salaries and benefits drivers. So historically, what was going on with council, those numbers were never being included in the levy budget, which also was contributing to the large deficit positions that they were running and drawing on reserve accounts. Is that correct, Jason?
I believe you are correct, but I just wanted to make sure. I can't remember how exactly the previous accounting was done. I just know we weren't accruing enough. So if Kathy LaPlante can confirm that, but I believe that does drive to our salary increase.
That was one of the major drivers last year of the salary and benefits increases. And, same thing with the comments, the homelessness prevention program and so on. These are additions by council throughout the year that don't seem like a big item at the time, but when you get to the end of the year and now you've approved throughout the course of the year, multiple positions, you have to understand that, at the end of the day, when you see the budget for the following year, that's going to be a major driver that's in there.
And also, that is correct. And also, in some cases, you also have to remember that in some cases, you're adding on salary, but reducing an expenditure someplace else. So in many cases, when we look to add an FTE, we're looking to offset additional costs. So with the homeless initiatives, there was, we found to increase our efficiencies, we were able to do certain things differently. And in some cases, that's the other thing. You can't just look at the movement in one expense line. You have to look at the total expense lines. But I'll just see if Kathy LaPlante or one of the team from finance could address the other question with regards to post-retirement benefits or other benefit implications to the salary cost.
Wonderful. We'll go to staff and we'll circle back to Mayor Chop.
What did we budget? So we increased by 100,000.
I'm hearing Kathy, but I'm also stuck in the matrix here.
You got your thing on.
Let's just make sure everyone's got their microphone on mute, and then we'll have Kathy proceed.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Councillor Rabbits. It's Catherine Fanning. So yes, Mayor Chop is correct. We did increase the estimate to the liability by $100,000 this year for an increase in vacation and MCD and overtime estimates. That was a major budget driver of our last year as well, as Mayor Chop remembers, to increase some of our other liability estimates at year end. I believe, I'm speaking from memory, I think we added $300,000 last year in the budget for that. The other driver of our salary increase this year, we had $200,000 increased estimated for the corporate realignment. So that's included in that total salary number. So I've run the figures and it looks like we're increasing about 2% over prior year's budget when I'm excluding the salaries and benefits that are brought forward for the NBIs and CAIs. So that 2% increase over the salary line from last year includes the $200,000 for the corporate realignment as well as $100,000 for the increase in MCD and vacation liabilities. So so it's a modest increase and in line with what our what the increases are for many of our contracts for the year. So did that answer the whole question?
We'll go back to Mayor Chop.
Yeah, Catherine, I just thank you. I just wanted to make it clear for council. I mean, those were one of the, like you said, one of the major drivers last year in this component was correcting that, another error that had been done in the past and making that more realistic of what we face. The other thing, maybe I'd see Jason's just stepped away, but, perhaps staff could make a comment for the public as well. One of the things that you often hear is, well, when we see all these salary increases, why don't we just halt all municipal salary increases for the year? All municipalities, certainly any of the ones I know, obviously do have unions, but municipalities have varying degrees of the level of unionization, and Norfolk County is highly unionized. And Jason, perhaps just for the public, as we, serve to dispel some of these myths that are out there, when you have a highly unionized organization, there's no flexibility. We have collective agreements with our employees, the vast majority of our employees. And, those salary increases were built into those collective agreements. And that's not just for council to sit here today and say, well, we're not going to have those salary increases take place.
That is completely correct. Once the negotiated contract is in place, it's a contract that we're bound to. There is, if you break the contract, you would lose the lawsuit, frankly. So there is no way out of it. So previously negotiated contract increases are there. I would also like to address that both in this budget and in last budget, management's salary increases are 1%, which is below most of the unionized contract settlements. Additionally, as I've addressed publicly with this council before, Norfolk County is at the 30 percentile-ish range. We're below council's direction for competitiveness of management salaries. Council has a direction out there that says Norfolk County should be in the middle of the pack for non-unionized salaries. We are not in the middle of the pack. We are below, well below the middle of the pack for salaries, and that has an implication, frankly, on attracting and retention of talent. In most cases, during the exit interviews, when people are leaving Norfolk County, they are actually getting higher wages in other from other municipalities. So that's a continued challenge that we have. And if I've missed anything, Ms. Anderson can certainly correct me.
Ms. Anderson, was anything missed?
Thank you. No, that captures it beautifully. Thank you, Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, and we'll circle back to Mayor Chop. Did that satisfy your questions, Mayor, and statements?
Thank you, Mr. Other comments, but you can circle with the other councillors, and I'm happy to speak at the end.
Very good. We'll next go to Councillor Huffman, who's been patiently waiting. Thank you.
Thank you. I just wanted to mention that one of the drivers that I've been noticing a kind of a trend with are the interdepartmental charges. They're up over $1 million for 2021. Is there anyone that can explain to me where this is coming from? And is there any way that we can look at making some changes to this process of interdepartmental charges?
Through the chair, I'll start and then I'll turn it over to finance. So it's a question that every council in Ontario always asks. And so it's a good question. It is I'm an accountant, so I can speak poorly of accountants sometimes. It is an accounting measure to reallocate centralized costs to all the departments. So the total cost of the so there are certain costs that the county incurs that are centrally located, such as human resources. They're not allocated to any particular department. And then what accounting does is they allocate based upon a number of drivers the cost of HR out to each individual department, so that there's a reflection of what is the true cost of operations for that department. So for example, if one department only has 2 employees, but another department has 100 employees, it would make logic that that department with 100 employees would tie up more administrative type of costs. So we allocate that over so that if someone wants to ask the question, what does it truly cost to operate this department? So that's where, that's why we have these interdepartmental allocations. Frankly, even managers of departments sometimes will question that. It is just a cost allocation process. That's why, from a management point of view, I always stress we talk about items that are above the line and below the line. You'll hear that phrase from me sometimes slip out. And items above the line are controllable costs. That's costs that the management can deal with. The below the line items, these administrative costs, are costs that central administration deals with. But I'll let someone from the finance department provide comment on it, because it is a good question that needs to be understood by both the committee and to the broader public. So I'll turn it over to Kathy or Catherine.
Thanks, Jason. It's Megan here. Thanks, thanks, Councillor Huffman, for your question. Sorry, I'm getting feedback. Just give me 1 second here. Still have the feedback. We'll just power through. So for the most part, interdependent charges offset one another. So where we have the increase in charge, we also have a recovery, as Mr. Burgess commented. However, there are some external charges that drive it. For example, the biggest driver this year in the increase in finance was $600,000 for insurance. So that actually is driven by an outside force. So our insurance premiums go up, and as a result, so do our interdepartmental charges. The other major driver that we're working on pulling the number for you is the water. So for our fire support services, we use water, which is the rate budget. So we have a charge from the one budget, which is the rate budget, back to the levy. I hope that answers your question, but if you have any further, please let us know.
Further, Councillor Huffman?
Nope, that's good. Thank you very much.
Excellent. Is there further questions of Budget Committee? We'll circle back to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hoping for a bit of an answer on my first question was identification of the vacancies on the list that's been provided to us, and a list or a number of positions associated with the second last option. And I guess in general, it's more of a broad question, but again, I asked this kind of when we discussed the museum, but how can we anticipate these reductions making service level impacts? And, what does that look like? We were provided with the fulsome information concerning all of the positions and the org chart, which is helpful to now put in perspective how many positions in one particular area, if any at all, could be eliminated and how many are remaining. The only question standing for me is, what is that service level impact on the departments? So again, difficult to really drive into here without identifying what's on our closed session documentation, but that's my big question mark.
Jason, let's have you start, and then we'll go to finance.
Sure. So I'll start, and it may be difficult to answer the latter part of the question in open session because we would have to get to specific positions. But with regards to the positions that have a high level of vacancy, for a variety of reasons, it's not just demand. Sometimes it's just sometimes they're entry-level positions, so staff move from those, frequently. But items with high level of vacancy was items 19 and 20, and not directly, but kind of indirectly. Number 15 was also a kind of a vacancy position. What I will stress is both 19, 20. Positions 18 and positions 12 to 14. These are all positions that will be part of the amalgamated operations unit, and there's expectations that once we combined operations, which is a combined division. Some of those functions were in CES before, and some were in public works, that we would have increased flexibility to move staff and leverage staff and manage staff more efficiently. So those are kind of preemptive efficiency gains that we're trying to claim now in this budget process. So hopefully that answers your question. With regards to service levels, you know, there will be decreases if we look at positions. Position 1 on the list, you know, that will be a response type of service level reduction. If we look at positions 2 to 7, that will significantly reduce operating hours. And we would be rotating hours through different through the different buildings, waiting for the strategic plan to be developed. Position number 8, I did star that position, and that position won't actually be targeted, but the equivalency level of savings will be there. There is a vacancy that was created in that department, and the head of that department is using that vacancy and realigning some responsibilities to make up for that amount. So that was started in our memo. Positions 9 to 11, those are part-time positions, and we're just going to consolidate the coordination of those activities. Position 16, you know, that will see a reduction in internal services for that activities. You know, and we would have to make up for it in other manners. So I think I covered off. In position 17, again, there was a consolidation of 2 departments there, and it is a service level reduction, but there are, you know, we are realigning resources in that department. So that is what I can, you know, that's what I can share, I think, in open session. I'd be happy. I know I was throwing out a lot of numbers, and if you hadn't pre-numbered your page, so I thank you, Councillor Martin, for giving me the time to put the numbers down the side of my page so I could make those references. But I'd be happy to go over that. But we are trying not to hide the fact that there's going to be service level reductions. You know, the do more with less kind of concept. We don't have that cushion in our operations. If we are reducing staff, there will be a corresponding service level reduction. I'm not trying to hide the fact that there will be service level reductions, and that's the reality of where we are with our total staffing complement.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. That's very, very helpful. If I was to go to option 21, can you associate an FTE count?
Sorry, thank you. That was actually texted to me by Chief Page, and I apologize for that. The FTE count for that is calculated to be 4. She's very precise, 4.3.
Okay. Mr. Chair, I guess I think my preference, I would like to ask a couple specific service level reduction questions on a few specific positions. So if staff feel that that's best to go into closed session, then I'm happy to wait until other council members have finished their open session questions. If there's a way to continue this in open session, then I would look forward to staff advice on how to do that.
All right, I think I would like to get our open session questions out of the way, so to speak, before we consider moving into closed. However, your questions, I did want to make sure that our finance team had an opportunity to weigh in. Jason gave us a detailed explanation, but I am looking to finance to see if they had any additional supplementary information before we open the floor back up to open session questions.
Through the chair to Councillor Rabbits, we have nothing additional to add at this time.
Thank you. With that, we'll open the floor back up to any open session related questions. Do we have any further questions of Budget Committee on option 24? Seeing no hands raised, I have lost visual of Councillor Michelli. So Tom, if you would like to speak, Councillor Michelli, just make sure you're interjecting. Oh, your screen is back up. All good. Just want to make sure I'm not moving too quickly here. So seeing no hands raised, I think I'd like to go to the clerk about proceeding to close session. I'll be asking for a mover and a seconder, of course, but I just want to maybe get a little bit of technical or housekeeping items out of the way. This is going to be a first with the digital meeting format.
Through you, Chair Rabbits. So if there is a desire amongst any member of committee to go into closed session, it's not listed on the agenda, to hear more information from staff, they may put forward a motion and we'll move it and second it. And if it's voted in a majority, we'll go to closed session. I have a link that I will send out. So we will exit this meeting and everybody will receive the link via an email. You'll log into that link, so we'll take a little 5-minute break to do that. We'll conduct the closed session meeting, and then we'll come back to the previous link, which was the one that you logged into this morning. So on each end, it'll probably be about a 5-minute recess while we get the technical aspects done.
Well, very good with that. I think we've arrived at the juncture where we would entertain motions to move into closed session. Do we have a mover to move into closed session? Seeing Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Michelli.
I'll read out the motion for you just so we get it right for the record, if that's okay.
Thank you, and I might just suggest that I would also like to have recorded votes moving forward. I would be requesting it on each instance anyway, just so we're clear on the vote count. It would assist the chair due to the digital and the screens cutting in and out on occasion. I would appreciate if we could have recorded votes, please.
Okay. That committee convened in closed session at 10:20 a.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) of the Municipal Act B and B and identifiable individuals. As the subject matter pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including municipal or local board employees, and labor relations or employee negotiations. So that's B and D, sorry. And I will go, if there's no discussion, I'll go right to the recorded vote on this. I'll start with those in attendance. Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Michelli.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
And Chair Rabbits.
Yes.
This committee now recesses into closed session.
Very good. The clerk will circulate those links. I would suggest while those are getting prepared, let's go ahead and recess let's have a 10-minute break. We'll get those links circulated and we will be in closed session. I don't have an estimated time frame, but it is dealing with one option and we'll be discussing that option alone and returning to open. So hopefully it isn't very long for those at home. We hope to see you a little later on this morning. you that are tuning back in, we have just recessed our closed session so that we may be afforded an opportunity to get some lunch. We're expecting to resume our closed session at 12:45 p.m. and we're anticipating that we won't be in closed for more than an hour. That would put us roughly back into open at 1:45 p.m. Council is discussing service level reductions in labor relations as it pertains to 8 divisions: the Mayor's Office, Bylaw, Museums, Fire, Paramedics, Parks, Roads, Planning, and Engineering. We've made it along through the Mayor's Office, Bylaw, Museums, Fire, and are currently discussing Paramedics. Appreciate that it is quite a lot in terms of FTE, and we want to make sure that Council has an opportunity to ask those questions regarding those potential service level reductions for each division. So please bear with us. Again, we'll be coming back from lunch and resuming closed session at 12:45 p.m. and we're anticipating and hoping that we'll be back out into open by 1:45 p.m. So thank you for that. We will recess and we'll see you then. right, welcome back, everyone. The hour's upon us. It is 1:18 p.m. Welcome back to Budget Committee. We've just concluded a closed session meeting where we were asking some questions regarding service level impacts to several different county divisions. Before we get into our open portion of the debate and motions, I would like a motion to go back out into open. Do we have a mover? Councillor Martin has moved. We go back out into open session and reconvene. Is there a seconder? Not seeing any hands. We are still waiting for, I believe, Kim Huffman to rejoin our meeting. Councillor Huffman, apologies if you're on in another alias. I see it says that you're in a call. I'm going to send you a request to join. But moving forward, just so we can get back out into open, do we have a seconder to reconvene? Councillor Columbus has seconded. And I guess I'll go to Andy. Again, I did want to have a recorded vote, just especially so we can figure out who's here and who's not with the technical difficulties.
Of course. All right, so Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus. Mayor Chop. Councillor Huffman. Oh, are you able to hear us?
I'm worried there's an audio issue because I didn't see the mayor respond.
I hear you now, Ian.
Okay, sorry, we're just sorting out some technical difficulties here.
The motion is to reconvene an open session, so we're doing a recorded vote. Mayor Chop?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes.
And Chair Rabbits?
Yes, we're all here.
All right, we're in open session.
Okay, with that, we are on option 24, targeted labor reduction. In order to proceed, we're considering a variety of service level reductions, and what I think I'd like to do is if we can go division by division, that would avoid us debating them all at one time, which could potentially lead to some confusion or some questions on procedural fairness. So what I think I'd like to do is we'll subdivide option 24 within the different divisions, and we'll follow our normal procedure where I'll ask if there are any questions for open, followed by a request for anyone to move amendments or alternatives, and we'll just go through each division that is listed on page 2-87. It's contained within the third paragraph, the different divisions that are recommended to have service level impacts with reductions in FTEs. So with that, we'll open up the floor for questions for open session pertaining to the mayor's office. Are there questions of committee for open? Okay, seeing none, does anyone wish to propose an alternative or an amendment to staff's recommendation as it pertains to the mayor's office? Seeing none, we will consider that option as adopted as it pertains to the mayor's office. Moving along, we'll next discuss bylaw. Are there any questions for open session as it pertains to bylaw? Apologies here, I'm just making sure I got everyone on my screen, and I do not at the moment. There we go, got everyone back. So again, I'll ask one more time, are there any questions as it pertains to bylaw of Budget Committee? Seeing none, does any member wish to propose an alternative or an amendment to staff's recommendation? Seeing none, we'll endorse staff's recommendation as it pertains to bylaw. Oh, question, Councillor
Mr.
Columbus.
Chair, is there any discussion that can be had on that before you move that way?
Absolutely. If you'd like to, I
Well,
would,
I
I would
just-
suggest discussion should happen at the question
Okay, you
phase,
said
and we can go
question.
back to
You
bylaw.
said question, so I just ignored that, sorry.
Fair enough. If
But
you'd like to propose an
I really,
alternative, it's in there too.
With respect to this particular item, I really feel that we should be enhancing our service rather than reducing it to this one. Just want to make it a comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. That point is well received, and I will clarify questions or comments, but we will always be asking if there's an alternative, and it doesn't sound like one is being suggested. But we are back on the topic of bylaw. I saw a hand from Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm debating here an amendment. Yeah, I agree. I'd like to see a reduction in cases. I'd like to see an increase in resolutions, and then I'd like to sit down next year and discuss this particular suggestion. But I see there are a few other hands, so I'll hear what colleagues have to say, and while I mull over an amendment.
Okay, we are entertaining questions or comments as it pertains to bylaw. Mayor Chop.
Yeah, just so that the public is aware, there actually is not an overall reduction for the year of bylaw, given that we added Mr. Milson's position. It's that it was funded out of the clerk's department. So effectively, the number of bodies that we have with this reduction would still be the same as it was the year prior.
And staff, if you do wish to provide any additional detail, please make sure you're getting my attention here. I do have our CAO. I'll pin him to my screen. Excellent.
Yeah, sorry, just for the record, we have nothing further to add. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarification. And I've got you up on my screen now so I can see you. So with that, further, Councillor Martin? Okay, with that, we'll move on to anyone that would like to propose an amendment or an alternative to staff's recommendation, and we'll go right to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm trying to be fiscally responsible here and do the right thing, but I can't support this. The amount of calls I get for bylaw, I can't support it. I can't support it. It's a yes, we have another complement in that area. It's a different job description. I don't think it's boots on the ground dealing with the resolution of the decisions, and until I can get some resolution on some of the issues that started for me prior to even being sworn in this position, I can't support a service level reduction here. So I'd like to remove this from staff's suggestion. I would like to retain this position.
We have a motion to omit bylaw. Do we have a seconder? I saw Councillor Huffman. Is there any debate, discussion? Councillor Columbus.
Well, I don't know how far I can get into this, but just to echo Councillor Martin's suggestion here, we've got increased cases of cannabis issues to look after. We've got the COVID, and we were told earlier that we have to be proactive with respect to bylaw enforcement. So those three things alone tell me that we should be maintaining this position.
Further discussion? Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I won't be supporting that amendment. I think that, we have added Jim Milson. We have had great success. In fact, the numbers that we're seeing is a 200% increase in dealing with issues before us. We're seeing an improvement in our customer service. The challenge with our bylaw department is, as we know, we've discussed it many times, COVID was an exception, again, because the province has suspended collective agreements that allowed us to deal with the emergency. But ultimately, our bylaw officers are working, Monday to Friday, 9 to 5, at an extremely I don't know how to put this, but a high level of salary, in my view, for that position. And I think that, this sends a signal to our union that if we're going to avoid, potential future layoffs within the corporation, we really need to work together, and we need to find better ways of structuring, these roles. And bylaw is a prime example. I'm not saying that this is going to be the sole motivation for QP to come to the table, but these are challenging financial times for our constituents. We have certainly people that are on a fixed income that are seeing property taxes rise, but more, we have many constituents right now that are severely impacted by COVID-19, that aren't able to operate their businesses, that are still expected to pay their property taxes. And it's, yes, it's tough. But in a municipality, you have very few ways of being able to, to either raise revenues or, decrease the tax levy that's required. And so, I get it's tough. I wish we could have everything, and we could have zero cuts that were being discussed today. But zero cuts means a 12% budget increase. And so we need to make these hard decisions. And I think there's other areas, like we're going to be discussing with paramedics, that are far more important in a pandemic than keeping on, in reality, what is one additional bylaw officer from what we had last year.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think the mayor touched on it before. This is over the last year, we added the position to that department, did a reorg where the reporting is different. We're overlooking that the clerk's department is adding some administrative help to that department. So the actual boots on the ground work is getting done more efficiently, with that back support from the clerk's department on some of the paperwork issues. We're getting more production, and we're just eliminating a position we just added, in a different way around. So the work is still getting done, I think, more effectively than it was before. And no, I won't be supporting. I'd love to keep everybody as well, but I can't be supporting this motion because, we are seeing an improvement in the services with the reorg and the change in duties of the different members. And, I think we can get by with this for 2021. So I won't be supporting the amendment.
Councillor Martin, your second opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I hear what my colleagues are saying. Again, I echo, it's not the same job description. We've added a supervisor who isn't out there with the same intent and same vigor issuing tickets and resolutions. So we're eliminating frontline to keep a supervisor who, I agree, has been phenomenal and is producing results. I'd like to see some catch-up played, and I'd like to, like I said, find some more resolution and then rediscuss this at another time. But I understand the position of other council members. I just want to be very clear that it is a supervisor position that's added, and we're taking frontline member off.
Mayor Chop, your second opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just want to point out again that supervisor has driven a 200% increase in response to resolving our bylaw issues. So, clearly that was a position with a focus that was needed many years prior. And I think Mr. Milson has done a tremendous job with the department.
Andy?
Just to clarify, that's a 200% increase in complaints.
Understood. 200% increase in complaints. We will go back to Mayor Chop.
I'm just going to pull this up, just the bylaw data from Mr. Milson.
He is resolving a lot more of the complaints, but there has been a substantial increase in work.
I'm not debating that, Andy, but Jim also did put out a review that specifically addressed how many complaints they were able to deal with as compared to the year prior and the months prior. He's been doing that throughout all of COVID.
Yeah, yes, of course. I agree. I just didn't want people to think that there was 200% more issues being resolved. It was the intake is up sizably for bylaw this year. And there are marijuana, the COVID, there's a lot of factors why increases are occurring in our complaints, but it's also, we're seeing increased things year over year for IPC complaints, FOI, and ombudsman complaints and other things like that. So I think I was talking to the ombudsman office this week, and they said they've seen almost a 200 or 300% increase in complaints. So I don't know if it's COVID, but people are home more, and maybe they're just picking up the phone and complaining a lot as well.
Well, thank you for that information, Andy. The mayor has referenced a document that was circulated to council. I don't know if that's been made public, what we received from Jim Milson, but perhaps you could circle back and we could ensure that what we are able to share has been shared within the public realm, unless you have an answer at the tip of your tongue.
Sure, yeah, no, I do know there is some direction from when Pam Dusling was the general manager, probably previous to this term of council, that bylaw is required to present an annual report on statistics. So I'll work with Jim on that to make sure that we bring forward something comprehensive.
Excellent. We'll look forward to that. We are in debate. We have a mover and a seconder to omit bylaw from the targeted labor reduction. Do we have any further discussion from committee? Seeing none, Andy, we'll proceed to a recorded vote.
Yes.
Yes.
Sorry. So I said, Councillor Martin said yes, Councillor Columbus said yes, Councillor Van Passen.
No.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
No.
Councillor Taylor.
No.
Mayor Chop.
No.
Chair Rabbits.
No.
Motion's defeated on a tie.
Andy? 5-3, the motion is defeated. Well, with that, we're still on the topic of bylaw. I'll open it back up to the floor if anyone would like to propose an amendment or an alternative. Otherwise, we will be endorsing staff's recommendation. Are there any further amendments or alternatives that a committee member would like to propose? Seeing none and considering our last discussion, we'll consider the recommendations as adopted as it pertains to bylaw, and we'll next move on to our next division, which is museums. Are there any questions of committee as it pertains to museums? Mayor Chop.
Sorry, Chair Rabbits, I'll jump in at the end there. I'll let councillors ask any questions first.
Very good. We'll open it up to the rest of council. Are there any questions for open session as it pertains to museums? Councillor Columbus?
Mr. Chair, we are dealing with each of these separately, right?
Yes, we are dealing with each separately. We're on page 2-87. Right. If you need reference to the divisions in the order they'll be asked.
Okay, thank you.
It's the will of, sorry, we're having a little bit of table talk here. If you would like to remove a line item or ask a question about it or propose an alternative, that's the procedure, each division.
Line by line, yes. So I have a question with respect to the curator position and assistant. How will we ensure that each museum has a curator and the CMOG grant is still available for each of those museums?
Our staff get
Thank
that?
you. Through the chair to the councillor, if this motion is approved, the curators would be spread amongst the operating museums along with the assistant curators. And they'd be done on a, try to be done on an equalized basis. You also have to remember that we also have a director that's not specifically assigned to a museum, director of cultural services. And so that's why we don't feel that the CMOG grants are, by sharing the counselors or by sharing the curators, we think we'll be fine. And again, I'll reemphasize that the CMOG grant is very minor in comparison to the total operation. So even if staff is incorrect and that there is a loss, we'd be able to make up for the few $1,000s of the loss that is associated with that grant.
Chair, that's the word I'm worried about, the word think. Because the note I have here from the province, Museum and Heritage Programs Advisor, indicates that we won't be getting a CMOG grant if we don't have a curator at every museum. That's my concern. So I would like that particular one separated, Mr. Chair, when we do the vote.
Understood. We'll next hear from Councillor Micheli, Councillor Huffman, and Mayor Chop. Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that our CAO did answer part of my question because I was curious as to how the Director of Heritage and Culture will fit into all of this. And so if I understand correctly, there will be some rotation of staff that will allow for all of our museums to remain open. Is that correct?
That is correct. All the museums are intended to be open, and the reduction in total hours would be shared as best as possible equally amongst the museums. And we will take different staffing strategies to rotate those, to rotate the hours to the various museums.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Some of my questions have been answered, but I do just want to reiterate that there is an operational number of hours that need to be met in terms of being in receipt of the CMOG grant, and that would be 1,080 hours or 180 days. And I do object a little bit to the wording that Mr. Burgess used, the small amount of funding. We're in a budget here where every dollar counts, and the CMOG grant totals almost $50,000. So I definitely think that those dollars are not small potatoes.
Yeah, through the chair, I would agree. Like every dollar does count. Just on an individual museum basis, it differs. It's around $14,000. And Councillor Huffman does address the answer very clearly with the minimum number of hours that are required. So that's why we think we'll be able to meet the requirements of the grant, is because we'll be able to operate those hours for each of those museums.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just in terms of the comments from Councillor Columbus and Councillor Huffman, rather that every dollar counts, that is very true. I think it's important to note what Mr. Burgess is trying to say. I mean, the position that we're talking about is greater than $100,000 a year. So where that requirement is coming when they say we think we will still be eligible because the province has been so supportive, of finding better ways of working around these museum issues. The example, of course, that was given in closed session was when you look at, one curator is required per museum in order to be eligible for the grant. It's a very different thing to say that the art gallery, of Hamilton has one curator, and that each of our small museums within Norfolk County also have to have one. So that's where we believe the province will understand that, when you have much smaller museums, there's not an obligation to have one curator per museum. The point of the matter is, though, if one of those museums is lost because we have one less curator, it's not a $50,000 impact. It becomes a $14,000, I believe, was the number that was given to us in closed session. So it's $14,000 that's weighed up against a $110,000, I believe, plus salary that we're talking about. But while we're looking to creative solutions, we've heard a couple of proposals, or not a couple, but the Linwood Arts Group has come forward on a couple of occasions. I'm just wondering, Jason, I think there is merit to that proposal. I think that I have some concerns with some of the asks in terms of transferring ownership and so on right now. I don't support certain things that have come forward. But that said, we reached out to the community. We've asked for, groups to come forward. They have put forward a, relatively credible proposal. I think some changes need to come with it. But if we looked at the ask of 50,000, I would like to see, staff's options be endorsed on the museum side. But what I would like to do is focus back on the Norfolk Art Center here and try to work with our community partner group. So is there a way to make up that 50,000, through some contingency reserves or something within different departments, and to be able to direct staff to negotiate an agreement that obviously would come back to council for approval, but to work with the Linwood Arts Group?
Through the chair, a lot in that question. I'll try to break that down. I would agree with the mayor. I've met now twice with the Linwood Arts Group, and their proposal has changed significantly. They have listened to staff with regards to making it more economically feasible, and I think they do have a good understanding of what some of the costs are and what realistically is there, like what some of the challenges are with the building. I would say that yes. Staff is supportive of pursuing more in looking at this more, and it's not. And I want to choose my words carefully. There's obviously a cultural aspect to maintaining the art museum, but we are also looking at the economic and the downtown revitalization aspect, which is also a priority of the BIA and for ECDEV. And some of the plans, and I don't want to get into them too detailed because I think that's for Linwood to disclose. They're looking at partnering with other groups and doing some creative things down there, which we think are aligned with downtown revitalization. So, long story short, it's a little early to say yes, here's the definitive deal. But they were targeting, I believe, a May 1st start with the grant. I would think either May or June would be realistic. And I think your further question was, could we find the $50,000? Yes, we could take it out of a contingency. I wouldn't touch, just to be clear, I don't want to touch the existing museum and heritage budget because it's already receiving a significant cut with this option. We would take it from a different budget line as a one-time kind of pilot project item. I don't want to commit to a multi-year type of arrangement, but I think we could do that. I would like to, I'd like to buy a little bit of time and respond back more fully on your suggestion, Mayor, and I can maybe write a memo between this week and next week on that, if that's possible, before council makes final decision.
Further, Mayor Chop?
Yeah, so Mr. Chair, my suggestion would be, I think that it is entirely realistic that we can share curators between our museums, and by eliminating one position, that is not going to affect the functionality of our museums in any way. I think that in terms of the strategic plan for the museum, we are seeing changes across the country. We are still way more than double of what the provincial average, per capita spend is on museums. But what I think we should be looking at instead right now, again, would be endorsing, from my viewpoint, endorsing staff's recommendations, but, taking that 50,000 and having staff find the 50,000 outside of the museum budget to be able to negotiate an agreement with the Linwood Arts Group. That obviously would have to come back to council for endorsement. Specific, things within that agreement that I would want to see certainly are, are protections for the county's financial interests. It's not that we're just handing over $50,000 to a group with no oversight, like we have seen in some projects in the past in Norfolk, and certainly protecting the actual asset, the building itself of the Linwood Arts Group. So if Councillor Columbus's motion ends up failing, I will put that motion before council.
Thank you. We'll next hear from Councillor Martin, followed by Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Back on Councillor Huffman's remarks, she spoke about the 1080 or the 180 days. Again, I'm going to harp on scheduling service hours, what that looks like, and we're not making that minimum commitment. All I'm hearing is the 1/3, 1/5 reduction based on the options that we choose. So if we're looking, I guess my specific question is, if we're going to be operating 1,080 hours over 52 weeks, is about 20.77 hours a week. My question to staff is that going to be our minimum commitment level? Should we go through and execute on all of these decisions and just fulfill the 1080?
I'm sorry, I'm not following the question exactly. I apologize, Councillor Martin.
No, that's okay. Councillor Huffman spoke about the grant, the CMOG grant requiring 1,080 minimum hours of operation. And so again, I'm just kind of harping on what's our minimum service level commitment, what's the schedule going to look like, and I know you don't have that, and I know you can't provide that. There's a lot of balls up in the air right now, but 1,080 hours divided by 52 is about 2077 hours per week, 52 weeks. So would that be a minimum that we could then commit to on those sites, or are we, if there's extra, are we going to open the doors, additional hours, or can you comment on just that quick math that essentially equals 20 hours a week?
Well, I guess I look at it slightly differently. You'd have more than 3,600 hours of curator time. So you still have 2 full-time curators, so 3,600 hours of curator time is going to be deployed in the county. And then on top of that, you also have the director of heritage and culture's time. And so, it becomes how detailed is the government going to deal with that? Because I'm still going to be spending more than 3,000 hours, 3,600 hours of curator time between the 3 museums with the 2 curators there. And then in addition to that, I got my director's time on top of that. So if you did the 1,080 hours times that by 3, it's 3,200 hours.
Yep.
Is what they require. With two curators alone, that's 3,600 hours of time.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have my director on top of it.
Right, so that equals 69 hours a week. That won't manifest probably in just open door service hours, but staff will be committed to a considerable amount of hours weekly for various other projects, working on the strategic plan and so on.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Taylor.
My hand raised there was I thought I heard a motion in what Mayor Chop was saying, so I was just getting ready to second that, because I think that is a very interesting, creative way to show the arts and culture in Norfolk County, and it's a great partnership with the community. So that's all I was going to say there.
Very good. Are there further questions or general statements from committee? Seeing Mayor Chop.
Just I guess, a general statement in terms of, again, when we're looking to some of the discussions we had in closed, when we're looking at how much, we want to add back into paramedic services, I guess it's just balancing that out when you look at paramedic services and whether or not we can, share a curator between, a few museums. So just a general comment.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions from committee before we entertain amendments or alternatives? Seeing none at this time, I will now call. Is there any member that would like to propose an amendment or an alternative to staff's recommendation? Seeing Mayor Chop.
So my recommendation would be to endorse staff's recommendation for those reductions in museums, but that staff be directed to negotiate an agreement with Linwood Arts Group with maximum grant support of $50,000 for 2021, and that no levy impact be created by the $50,000 grant, with the final agreement to come back to council for final approval. And that provisions in the agreement be drafted to ensure not only the protection of the county's financial interests, but also protection of the Linwood Arts Building itself.
Thank you. We'll just make sure our clerk has gotten that down. I see him typing away while he is. Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seeing Councillor Taylor. Before we enter into debate, I just do want to make sure that Andy has gotten the true intent of that motion. And once he's finished, I wouldn't mind if you could please read it back to the mayor.
Sorry, that was a lot of words there. So to start with, and the mayor will correct me, that committee endorse the staff recommendation respecting the museum reductions, and that staff be directed to negotiate an agreement with the Linwood Arts Management Group to include up to $50,000 in grant funding in 2021, and that the grant funding not come from a levy funding source. And further, that staff be directed to present an agreement to council respecting the future use of land and buildings at the Linwood Arts Center.
Just a correction, Mr. Goodell, it would be that no levy impact is created by the $50,000 grant, because it is going to come from levy dollars, so it will be levy source.
So for simplicity, I would say from existing levy budgeted dollars, and I think that makes it very clear.
Thank you, Jason. I think we've got that correction. We can enter into debate. Is there discussion? Seeing Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, you may recall a bit ago, I asked that we deal with the curator position separately.
We are, right now we're dealing with it separately. And maybe I should confirm with the clerk, has the curator position specifically been separated and captured with this motion?
No, we need to amend the first line. You need to propose an amendment to remove the curator position from this motion, and then we can deal with it separately.
Okay, we have a request for, it's not necessarily a division of the question, help me out with procedure here. We need a mover. We've got one with Councillor Columbus, and I'll need to seek a seconder, correct?
That'd be correct, because the motion says that the committee endorsed the staff recommendation for reductions in museums. So you'd amend that motion to remove the curator, and then we can deal with it independently.
Okay, we have a motion to that effect. Do we have a seconder?
Hey, is that not my motion that's on the floor? And if it's defeated, then it's defeated. I'm not willing to entertain an amendment on that because I'm willing to do the Linwood Arts Group with all of staff's recommendations going along with that. You know, I can't pay over $100,000 for a salary because I'm so concerned about a $14,000 grant. You know, that's how we've kind of operated in the past. So my endorsement for the Linwood Arts Groups comes with the elimination of the position as put forward by staff. If you want Councillor Columbus to move his motion first, that's.
Well, I do think with respect to separating the curator from the mayor's motion, I think we do need to debate and decide on the motion that's been tabled. It's been first and seconded, and we are into debate. We've had a request for the division of a question, but unfortunately, I do believe it is contrary to the intent of the original motion, so that may not be procedurally in order. We'll have a final ruling from the clerk, and then I'm anticipating that we'll return to the debate. As I see it, we've had a request for a division of the question, but unfortunately removing that curator, it's contrary to the mayor's motion. So we need to deal with what's been tabled, and then provided it's defeated, we would be able to immediately return to Councillor Columbus's suggestion. Would I be in order making that ruling? Andy?
Through you, Chair Rabbits. Yes, I would suggest you would. The interpretation of the mayor's original motion, it would focus upon whether or not the intent of what has been presented is entirely defeated by removing one portion of it. So there was a number of reductions. And if removing the curator one is a central piece to it, then it can't be proposed as an amendment. But it's usually when you have an amendment that says, I agree to this reduction, but just not this one portion of it, it wouldn't be that substantive of it. So it doesn't necessarily need to be contrary to it. It doesn't defeat the intent of everything.
Okay, thank you, Andy. And we will go back to Councillor Columbus. I've made a ruling. We've received some information. I understand your position is in opposition to the mayor's motion, but I'd like for you to speak to it, sir.
Kind of confused, Mr. Chair. So I cannot take out the curator position separately at this time, is what you're telling me. We cannot deal with it independently of the other items on it.
Correct. It is contrary to the intent of the motion that is currently being debated.
Okay, well, that's not what I understood earlier, but anyway.
No, sorry. What I was saying was there's a number of reductions related to the museum, and if this one was a linchpin where if you removed it, everything else fell apart. But if there are, say, just for argument's sake, say there's eight reductions proposed, and removing one of them doesn't negate everything within that. So it would have to be, yeah. So you could still present it, and then the next step would be if it is pulled to be dealt with separately, we would proceed to have a motion to deal with it.
All I was going to do is provide the alternative to take out that curator and deal with it separately. That was my intent.
Sorry, we've gone around, and procedurally, we may do so. We had an interjection by the mayor that it was contrary to her motion, and I was trying to address that concern.
Yeah, so when the motion is moved and seconded, it becomes the carriage of committee. So it's up to committee to decide whether or not the removal of the curator fundamentally changes the motion or is just a portion of a larger set of reductions. So that's the easiest response I have for committee. Committee is the one who has to determine whether or not that ultimately negates it. And I know we did hear the mayor's opinion that she did want the motion to have that in there, but that doesn't mean that it was what Councillor Columbus has proposed negates. You can't propose a motion that is the negative of what's on the floor. It's up to committee to decide whether that negates it entirely or just is an amendment.
Well, I think the table and the vote will make that determination for us. We've gone back to Mayor Chop, and she does not accept that as a friendly amendment. Did we want to go back to the seconder to see if we're okay to proceed for further discussion and vote? Seeing no from Councillor Taylor, I'd like to next go to Councillor Van Passen for the debate portion of this motion.
Not so much a debate. I believe that there was a question. The chair has ruled on it, and that we should take the vote on this unless somebody from council wants to question the ruling of the chair. Then otherwise we proceed and take a vote on this.
Thank you for that suggestion. I'm seeing none, and of course the chair will be falling back on our procedural bylaw and Robert's Rules of Order, should that be the case. But we'll next go to Councillor Martin for the debate portion of this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, exactly. For the debate, I can't endorse it the way that it is. I am in support of the Linwood Board itself. I'm in support of that agreement. However, there are a significant amount of savings in the salaries to be cut here, and I don't believe it needs to be one or the other as presented. I think in option 18, there's removal of 2 staff members to work on a strategic plan that is going to produce service level reductions in our community. That's going to close our doors and impact communities with museums. I'd like to see that strategic plan come forward and have council roundtable it and decide what's the best direction at that point in time for our museums. How did our communities react to the decrease in service levels over a year? I am open to some of these suggested cuts, however, not all, and not as a replacement to working out a new deal with the Linwood Art Board. So as this motion stands, I won't be supporting it.
Thank you. Further debate on the motion. Jason Burgess has raised his hand. You'd like to point of clarification, I believe.
Yeah, just for clarity for council, I just want to remind council that option 18 had the note in there that option was mutually exclusive to this option. So depending on how council chose this option, it impacted option 18.
Right.
So I believe, I
I
just wanted to make sure that we're not, council doesn't think that they're double counting. So I just wanted to clarify that.
No,
Thanks.
Thank you for that, Mr. Burgess. I do recall you mentioning that. I'm just saying, as of right now, where we stand, that has been adopted by council and this one has not, and my preference would be to stay with 18 to further clarify to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion. Okay, seeing no hands, we will return to the county clerk for a recorded vote. And if you could please read it again one more time in full, I would appreciate that.
Of course. So we'll deal with the proposed amendment first. That the motion be amended to read that the committee endorse all recommendations aside from the curator's position to allow that item to be voted upon independently. So that's the amendment. We'll go through Mayor Chop.
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk. I don't understand how, I'm very confused. I thought we had a ruling from the chair. We were going to have a vote to see if it fails, and now we're back to dividing the question. I just don't know what I'm voting on right now.
Sure. So the amendment that was proposed was to change the original motion that read that committee endorse all endorse the staff recommendations, and then
I thought the chair's ruling was that he was going to have the whole motion read completely, and he asked Councillor Taylor, and Councillor Taylor, as the seconder, didn't support dividing it either. So I don't understand what's happened.
Is there no seconder for?
No, I was trying to avoid debating 2 motions at once, and we did not obtain a seconder for Councillor Columbus's
That's my
proposed amendment, and my intent was to have this vote. We could put it to bed, and if it should fail, then we would immediately be returning to Councillor Columbus's alternative.
Okay, sorry, my apologies. I got lost track there. So it would be that committee endorse the staff recommendations of option 24 and that staff be directed to negotiate an agreement with the Linwood Arts Management Group to include up to $50,000 in grant funding, and that the grant funding be utilized from existing levy funded dollars, and further that staff be directed to present an agreement to council respecting the future use of lands and buildings at the Linwood Arts Centre. And we will go through. Mayor Chop.
Yes.
Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
No.
Councillor Columbus.
No.
Chair Rabbits.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-2.
Thank you, everyone, for your patience as we negotiated our way through that. With that, we have concluded the museums portion of this option, and we'll be next moving on to fire. Are there any questions or statements of committee for open session regarding fire services? And seeing no hands, are there any members of committee that wish to propose an alternative or an amendment to staff's recommendation as it pertains to fire? Seeing no objections, we will consider that portion as adopted and will continue through our agenda to our next item. The next item is, of course, paramedics. Do we have any questions or general statements for open session as it pertains to paramedics? Seeing first Mayor Chop, followed by Councillor Martin.
Yes, I guess the first question would be, I think we have general consensus even from the discussions in closed session. Obviously, we're in a pandemic and, looking at cutting paramedics obviously is not something, that we're likely to do. However, I think it's important for the public to realize that last year, one of the major budget drivers was the fact that, we made a significant add to paramedics that in fact hadn't happened in the 7 years prior. To improve our response time. So this council took an aggressive measure last year to, rectify, a deficiency that had been present for a number of years in that area. As we've added money to, museums and community services and other areas over the years, we haven't focused on those core services like our paramedics. To that end, in staff's defense and in Chief Page's defense, bring forward this as an option for council to even consider, that reduction did not equate what we actually added last year. We've spoken a lot about, response times, and I'm just wondering, again, this isn't my endorsement for this reduction in any way, but I'm just wondering, Chief Page, if you just might be able to, as an example, and just to give some kudos out to our own staff, we're obviously dealing with a very large rural area. So when you compare us to other provincial statistics, response times in Norfolk County clearly are going to be on the, lower end because of how far an ambulance needs to travel here. However, if you compare us to our neighboring municipality in Haldeman, maybe you could touch on where we sit in that regard, and just to reassure the public that, our staff is out there doing a good job with this.
Through Budget Chair to Mayor Chop, that is correct. We do recognize that our paramedics are staffing the ambulances, especially during these critical times, and doing their best. We will touch a little bit on response times. I also wanted to add that that's just me. The pandemic itself has created some challenges for us, especially when it comes to actually time on scene and time on task. So while we're doing the same amount of calls, they're actually taking us longer to do because of PPE and disinfection and cleaning as well. So the response times is one part of the argument, I guess, but there's a lot to consider when you're considering about operational hours in general. As to what you're speaking to about the response time, reported on the Government of Canada website. And you are correct that compared to Haldeman on that website, so that is code 4 calls only. So that's approximately 15 to 17% of our calls, which are the really high acuity code 4 lights and sirens responses that are going to the hospital. We do get to scene in general 6 minutes 40 seconds is our average, and Haldeman's average is 7 minutes 52 seconds. That was 2019 data. I don't have data for 2020 because we're required to submit that to the ministry in March. The only other thing I'll say about 2020, clearly COVID caused a slight decrease in our call volume initially and then has increased since. And still with the additional resources that we put in Delhi this year, overall from the first quarter of last year to quarter 4, we reduced our response times by 7 seconds. And in Delhi specifically, we went down 28 seconds for response time in Delhi and an additional 5 seconds in Simcoe, solely because we had that additional emergency coverage.
Further, Mayor Chop?
Thank you, Chief Page. And I guess the other, just to follow up on our discussion from closed session here for the public, when we look at the savings, I think there's an opportunity here that we can still see some savings within the paramedics department, but not in any way touching our actual, frontline, if you will, services. So actually, physically responding to the calls, but that you did see some further opportunities for savings within, public relations and those types of areas. So the number that was given to us from finance would be, I think it was 150,000 would ensure that no frontline services were actually affected by with the paramedics.
That's correct. 150,000.
Perfect.
With the additional savings that Chief Page is going to find.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we'll move to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Chief Page, I wanted to go to the similar vein that Mayor Chop just did and have a repetitive conversation in open session here, despite the recommendations given to us for cuts. Are you able to find savings in your budget elsewhere? And if so, where?
Through Budget Chair to Councillor Martin. At this point, so that is some of the discussion that we're talking about, the money that we will find rather than take off operational hours. We'll find things in, just like everyone else is learning to do business differently during COVID, so are we. We've moved some of our training to online formatting, so that has saved us some FTE hours in 2020 and will continue to save in the future. So we can look at transitioning more of that. And like Mayor Chop had alluded to, things like public relations, we have to find a different way to do that. We're not doing it in person right now, like we're not attending the Norfolk County Fair and things like that. So I think that moving forward, there is some savings that we can find in our budget in different areas of actual employment hours, so to speak, rather than operational hours on the road.
Thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. Through you to, I guess Mr. Burgess, as the CAO, if this was a discussion, why didn't this discussion occur prior to Budget Day? I guess I'm confused. It's down here under targeted labor reduction. And from what I can gather, we've now put staff through an emotional roller coaster about possible cuts and things like that. We've disturbed the public kind of perception that there were going to possibly be cuts to frontline services, when now we're being told that there are cost-saving reductions that can be found in-house. So I'm very confused as to why this has even got to the point that it's come to.
Thank you. Through the chair. We've scrubbed the budget a number of times to accomplish what council is doing. The original staff recommendation was a $200,000 cut. What council is doing is only reducing that count to 150, or just by $50,000. the $50,000 in savings is still coming from hours. Just the chief is now committing to redeploy those hours to frontline. That could have been done regardless, to be quite frank. We're just being far more targeted now with the request. And essentially what council is doing is going to spend, not reduce the amount of the cut that the staff's recommending. They're essentially saying we're going to pay $150,000 and direct Chief Page to reallocate her hours away for some of the other tasks that the paramedics have done for years to strictly focus on frontline.
Chief Page, is there anything further you or Aaron Anderson would like to add?
Not at this time, thank you.
Okay, we'll go back further. Councillor Huffman?
Yeah, no, I'm good.
Well, now hear from Mayor Chop.
Yeah, just, in staff's defense, I can't remember if, I think Jason said this was all in open session, but, there was two factors that they had looked at. Certainly one was some of the areas that we had long standing vacancies, but also the fact that which departments received received service level increases in recent years. And this was a key driver in last year's budget. This was a substantial service level increase that this council provided when there hadn't been an increase to paramedics in 7 years. So, I think that's, and Jason, correct me if I'm wrong, but that's why this came forward. And that reduction still did not equate to what we actually added last year. So we were still actually going to see, even if we accepted that full reduction, we were still going to see a better service level than what we had seen back in the 2018 budget. But with that, Mr. Chair, when it gets time, I'd like to make a motion that that we reduce that reduction, and that targeted savings would only be $50,000 with no reduction to frontline services.
Well, as is past practice during this budget committee, once a motion is tabled, I will ask if there is a seconder. Seeing Councillor Van Passen. With that, I just want to make sure that the clerk has captured it. He'll read it back and we'll make sure that it is exactly as you have worded it, and we'll move into debate.
That the reduction to paramedic services be assigned as a $50,000 budget reduction with no impact to frontline services.
We are now in debate. We'll first go to Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I didn't realize that I had to jump the gun and cut some of my colleagues off from questions in order to put motions on the floor. Councillor Michelli hasn't spoken yet, and I additionally wanted to make another comment. So first and foremost, I guess I'd like to clarify, because in closed session I specifically spoke about making changes, providing Chief Page with the opportunity to find the same amount of savings. We discussed net levy and not interrupt the FTE. So I would like clarification on this $50,000 additional cut and the specific hours of staff. And furthermore, I would like to jump on the same bus here as Councillor Huffman. I heard our chief of paramedic comment that she was unaware of what was specifically on the list. And when we have this Chief Page come in front of this council and we give her 12 additional hours just last year alone, and we commend her for awards and recognition from the provincial level on the job she does, and she's not even briefed on what the cuts look like in her own department, I'm just left here scratching my head to figure out how we move forward. So my official question is, what does this $50,000 service cut look like? Is it speaking directly to what I commented on in closed session, which was not removing FTE bodies or hours directly from the new hours permitted to?
And we'll see, okay? And then when you're done, I'll get you guys some cheesy popcorn after your call.
I think Aaron is maybe not on mute.
Oh, sorry.
But the cheesy popcorn sounds good.
It does sound good. We'll go to Chief Page to respond to the councillor's question.
Despite the cheesy popcorn, is this motion speaking to what I mentioned in closed session that you're finding? I just want to confirm because I've got to be honest, I'm lost with the 150,000 to the 50,000. Is this retaining the FTEs and you're finding your own budget cuts from, you spoke about online training and PR?
Through budget chair to Councillor Martin, my understanding is that $50,000 is a levy cut, so that would be $100,000 out of our budget that we will find without affecting operational hours on the road.
Thank you for the clarification.
Next,
point of privilege, Chair. I just want to stress that I think when Chief Page said she wasn't aware specifically of the piece of paper she was looking at, Chief Page and I had entered into a number of different discussions and variations with regards to service level cuts. And I'll have Chief Page discuss that, but it was not hidden from Chief Page. Chief Page had put, considerable input into it. And the way I run my shops here is I give targets to the GMs. I'm not a paramedic chief. I'm not a fire chief. I ask them to hit the targets, and how they exactly execute on those targets, I kind of stay out of their way. But I'll have Chief Page comment, because I don't want the impression of council that this was done in some vacuum or some star chamber without input from the operational players.
Hi, sorry, it's Sarah again. Yes, and that is true that I did not have the document today that Jason is speaking of, but he did propose the 12-hour cut earlier on, and we have had many discussions about where we can find money in our budgets in order to make cuts going forward.
Well, seeing as we're putting you directly on the spot here, Chief Page, I apologize, but were you aware that that was going to result in that exact FTE cut?
Through budget chair to Councillor Martin, initially, I would say like approximately 2 to 3 months ago, it was a 12-hour cut, and I was assuming we were losing that entire Delhi truck car, and then found out later on that we were possibly looking at different ways to cut the same amount of money, if that makes sense.
So not an FTE, a dollar value. Thank you.
We'll next go to Councillor Columbus.
Just one simple question: how many FTE are affected with this suggested recommendation motion?
Through budget chair to Councillor Columbus, the amount, if we're doing a dollar amount for $100,000, that's just less than 1 FTE. So we're looking at about 0.95 of an FTE that I would find in the different budget allotments that we go through, whether that's overtime, education hours, public relations, special events, etc.
Thank you.
Further discussion from committee regarding the motion. Seeing none, we will circle back to the clerk to read it in full and call the question. The recorded vote.
That the reduction in paramedic services be assigned as a $50,000 budget reduction with no impact to frontline services. We'll proceed. Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
I will agree to say yes, but I think the wording of the budget is a 50,000 levy reduction, not budget, because again, these are 50-cent dollars. So we're actually increasing the budget by 300,000, but cutting it by 100. So I think you might need to change that wording, and if you do, then I will vote yes.
I'm seeing nodding head from the mover. Let's circle back with the clerk, and I think we should start that vote over again with that point of clarification. Thank you, Councillor Van Passen.
So the wording should read, be assigned. Sorry, I don't have the memo open.
Sorry, if I can assist the clerk, it's a $150,000 levy increase. Councillor Van Passen's correct, and an additional $50,000 of savings, departmental savings from paramedics to be redeployed to frontline service. So it's a $150,000 levy increase.
Increase. Oh, because you're adding it back. Right. It's okay.
Yeah, so just to be clear for all those at home, it's a $150,000 increase from what staff originally proposed.
And, okay. And is that proposal just in the confidential memo, though? I'm trying to craft it so that it can stand alone in the open session. So the paramedic service budget, it will be increased $150,000 from what's in the public budget documents.
No, sorry, maybe the better way to do it then is that the proposed targeted labor reduction is reduced by $150,000 because that would tie into, so from $900,000 it goes down to $750,000. Because in the budget document it shows a $900,000 savings for 2021. Now it's really just going to be a $750,000 savings.
Okay, so that the proposed target labor reduction for paramedic services is reduced by $150,000 with an additional $50,000 in departmental savings to be directed towards frontline services.
No, read that again, Andy.
Okay, so the proposed targeted labor reduction for paramedic services is reduced by $150,000 with an additional $50,000 in departmental savings budgeted towards frontline services. I'm just trying to, we're focusing on the closed recommendation, but the public doesn't have that information, so the minutes in the public should stand on their own and should be based upon what's in the public documents, not necessarily our closed ones, if we're getting into detailed financial numbers.
Let's make sure we get it right. I am seeing a hand raised by Mayor Chop.
Well, would it not, it should just be that Chief Page be directed to find $50,000 in savings in her department with no impact to frontline services. And then we can make that adjustment as far as the targeted savings for that option was $900,000. Now, given, provided there's no other changes within those other, parks and so on, but we can deal with it at the end. That targeted reduction now is only going to be $750,000. So I think at the end, we could just do one final motion that captures all of the savings through each of those options. Do you know what I mean? So let's just say that we're directing at this point Chief Page to find $50,000 in departmental savings within paramedics with no impact to frontline services.
Terrific. Yeah, so I've got that, so that Chief Page be directed to locate $50,000 in departmental savings with no impact to frontline services. And then do we want the second part just right now, and that the targeted labor reduction to paramedic services is reduced?
No targeted labor reduction to paramedic services. So she's going to find $50,000 savings. How she chooses to find that $50,000 savings is entirely her prerogative, her department. And at the conclusion of this option, we will run one final motion, which will take into account all of the separate motions that we've done that shows what that reduction will now be instead of the 900,000, i.e. the reduction now for option 25 will only be 750,000 as opposed to 900,000.
Okay, great, thanks. So we have that Chief Page be directed to locate $50,000 in departmental savings with no impact to frontline services. I'll go through from the start.
Sorry to interrupt. I do see Councillor Van Passen has had his hand raised, and I just want to make sure it's not a point of clarification or a point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I go back to my original point. All I tried to do was clarify it. It's not 50,000 budget savings. It's 50,000 levy dollars savings, which equates to $100,000 in budget savings. And again, the way you originally read the motion, you just had to change that one word. I would have been good with that, just to clarify that we are looking for savings off the levy dollars, not off the total budget.
I just want to make sure the mover and the seconder are in agreement with that, and I do want to make sure that the clerk has an opportunity, since it's been amended a few times, just to read out that motion before we proceed to the recorded vote, just so we make sure that we're getting it right, folks.
Yeah, so that Chief Page be directed to locate $50,000 in levy departmental savings to paramedic services with no impact to frontline services.
Very good. We're good to proceed to the recorded vote, Andy.
Okay. Councillor Taylor.
Yes.
Councillor Michele.
Yes.
Councillor Huffman.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Martin.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Mayor Chop.
Yes.
Chair Rabbits.
Yes.
Motion's unanimous.
All right, Budget Committee, we've made it to 2:30. We do have a CIC meeting for 3 p.m. I want to say we'll get through the rest of the business in a half an hour, though I doubt we'd be able to get through our remaining options, our levy relief strategy, and we do still need to make a decision with regards to our library services, and that's quite a bit to accomplish in a half an hour time. I imagine we need to stick with the CIC start time at 3 p.m., and I think that's everyone's intention. So what I would like to do at this juncture in time is endeavor to schedule a fourth budget day. We do have to have this conversation in advance of the conclusion of our business on January 19th, if we do in fact want to pass this budget in the month of January. So with that, I'm opening up my calendar, and I hope my colleagues are as well. I'm looking at potentially some times in the evening on Thursday, January the 14th, Friday, January the 15th, or Monday, January the 18th. I would be available after 4 p.m. To have a fourth day of budget deliberation. Otherwise, I would propose that we have a 9 a.m. start time on the 19th of January. We proceed into our council meeting much as the proceedings have gone on today. I think I just kind of want to open it up to the floor, so if I could see a hand with a comment, when would be a preferable time for my colleagues. Mayor Chop, we'll hear from you first.
I would prefer either your Monday option or again next Tuesday a.m. prior to the council. I'm amenable to either one of those two options. But I'm hoping that even if we delay council and committee by 15 minutes, that we will be able to get through this option for staff. Just got a note today.
That seems good to me. I would like to get through this option. Let's hear from Councillor Taylor.
Yeah, I think definitely getting through this option today, we certainly should be doing that. And then I would prefer the Monday to try and get everything done, just in case on the 19th things run way too long, or on the Monday if we go all day and still need to finish up on the 19th, we have that option. I wouldn't want to limit us to have to push passing this budget to either a special council meeting or into February.
Just to highlight, on the 19th, we would be removing any potential for sober second thoughts. So that was something that we were critiqued on the last budget. So even if we do choose to proceed on the 19th, I think it would be wise to try to schedule another council meeting on the the preceding Tuesday to finalize this, to allow the community to have some input on the final budget minutes as they are printed and published. Because if we're publishing them 10 minutes before council, there will be no chance for the public to comment.
Very good. Thank you for that advice, Andy. I do think it is well received and in order. With that in mind, I think I'd like to remove the 19th as an option. It simply doesn't give the clerk 24 hours or a sufficient amount of time to pull any items and change the agenda, which would already have been circulated. Of course, changes to the agenda can come in, but that doesn't seem like sufficient time either from the clerk's perspective or for the members of the public that wish to react to our decisions before we have our final vote. With that, I'm looking at Monday the 18th at 4 p.m., but I do want to hear more from my colleagues. I was seeing Councillor Columbus.
Yes, I would support Monday the 18th also. And just wonder, to the clerk, this budget here, we're planning on passing it on the 19th of January. Is that the case that we're shooting for?
Perhaps that's a better question for finance staff. I think the levy bylaw usually takes a week after the last meeting to present. So certainly council can adopt it, but I think it will still be a subsequent council meeting until the actual levy budget is prepared. But that would be Sue Bugner that prepares it usually.
I wouldn't want to haste this project along, this budget discussion, but I think we could always have a special council meeting also, could we not, to ratify the budget sometime in January?
Yeah, yes, of course. There's, I believe there's two remaining Tuesdays in January that we aren't utilizing, so there's no meetings. If there was an attempt, a desire to do that, and I just suggest Tuesday because I know we have some people who are committed to turning us on East Link on Tuesday evenings. Not that it's any preference for that day. There's some habits formed in the community.
Thank you for that, Andy, and perhaps that will be the last topic of conversation before we adjourn our budget meeting, is if we want to have a special council meeting for that final decision. I do see that the 26th of January is open. I was merely trying to advance the business in advance of the 19th, as was our original strategy. So, we're looking at the 18th, Monday, here in January. I was proposing a 4 p.m. start time, so a little later in the evening than we're used to. Was there any further comments from my colleagues about that proposed date? Councillor Van Passen?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm quite prepared to be here 8:30 tomorrow morning and put my personal life, I will reschedule those things. And I also disagree with the 4 p.m. start. We do have a lot of staff backing the discussions, and I don't want to have them putting in overtime to make it convenient for myself. And if we want to go with Monday morning, I would be here Monday morning at 9 a.m. and try to get it done. And if it's not done, we would delay it again, but not 4 p.m. start time, but a 9 a.m. start time.
Thank you.
That's just my point of view. Thank you.
Preferences for a morning meeting, well received. We'll hear from Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Rabbits. I support Councillor Van Passen in his comments. I think it's more financially prudent to have a morning meeting and for us to do this during working times. We're now in the midst of another lockdown. We've got staff who are dealing with all kinds of stuff. So in terms of that, I think that it makes it more sense and more respectful of our staff to have a meeting during the daytime.
Thank you. Mayor Chop? Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
If that's the case, then why not just do it next Tuesday morning at 9 a.m.? Staff is already available for the council meeting, or not all of the staff, but many of them were coming for the council meeting anyway on that day. And then we will move the ratification to a special meeting of council for the following Tuesday. And hopefully that meeting it's in and out and we can ratify the budget and move on. The challenge with tomorrow is, back to the clerk's point, we're also not providing notification either for those that may want to tune in and so on and so forth. So it's not really providing enough notice for that meeting, in my opinion. So my suggestion again would be 9 a.m. next Tuesday. And then right now we schedule a special council meeting for the following Tuesday to ratify the budget. And that way, Sue Bugner actually had sent me a message today. Staff likes to get this in so that they're able to issue the tax bills appropriately. Otherwise, a delay is obviously going to force everything onto your final installments.
Thank you, Mayor Chopin. So I'm assuming that staff could meet that January 26th deadline for that confirming bylaw. We haven't heard anything contrary from Sue.
No, that makes it a little easier, to be quite frank, if we meet on the next Tuesday and then give us a week to do the confirming bylaw and any final adjustments. That makes it slightly easier for staff.
Okay, I was seeing some nodding heads. I think we have now arrived at a 9 a.m. Budget Committee meeting for Tuesday, January the 19th. Do we have any final comments from colleagues opposed to this proposal? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Michele, you have been patiently waiting. Your hand has been raised. Sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just did want to say earlier, and I know you missed my hand. I do agree with Councillor Van Passen that I would be happier to have this on Monday morning so that we are not trying to conduct two meetings on one day. I find that sometimes that can be a little bit taxing for staff and for council, but I can live with a Tuesday morning meeting as well.
Well, hearing that there is some debate, should we vote on the matter, or can we agree on the Monday or the Tuesday? I want to go back to Mayor Chop.
Yeah, I'm unavailable on the Monday morning first thing. So it's, staff is already in on the Tuesday, but it's impossible for me to change on the Monday morning.
Thank you for that, and I myself may have difficulty securing that Monday morning off of work, and I may not be able to chair the proceedings, but I feel better about the 19th, and that's why I had originally presented that as an option. So with that, let's maybe just have a show of hands. We'll have our fourth day of budget deliberations on Tuesday, January the 19th, commencing at 9 a.m. All those in favor? Okay, so carried or so acknowledged. That's when we'll reschedule our meeting. We've got about 15 minutes to wrap up this option, or we will go into overtime before commencing our CIC. So with that, we'll go right back to our agenda. We had concluded paramedics, and we're now actually on parks. So with that, are there any questions for staff as it pertains to parks, or any statements that members would like to make? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, item number 18. Is that a management position or a union position?
It's a supervisorial position. I do not believe that's a unionized supervisorial position.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of committee as it pertains to parks? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to be transparent, I wonder if Mr. Burgess could relay some of his comments that he shared with us in closed session concerning the what's the word I want to use? Reorganization, or realignment thing. There we go. And not a big concern whatsoever on the service reduction level.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to the councillor. One of the reasons we did the realignment, where we've created an operations department that will be headed by Mr. Cridlin, is to take the resources that were traditionally parks and roads and cemeteries and facilities and arenas and all those operational ones, combine them together so that during the peaks and valleys of different services, it's easier for us to make those peaks and valleys by moving staff appropriately where the need is, and to reduce overtime or use of contractors. And we believe that with this reorganization, that some of these positions can be eliminated while service levels being maintained.
Excellent. Further questions of committee as it pertains to parks? No comments. With that, we'll now ask if there are any members that would like to propose an alternative or amendment to staff's recommendation. Seeing none at this time, staff's recommendation will be considered as adopted, and we'll move on to our next item. Now we are on roads. Of course, we're with an option 24, targeted labor reduction. Are there any questions for staff or statements for open as it pertains to roads? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I would call on Mr. Burgess to just re-articulate that these are positions that are usually vacant, and it's just, again, part of the realignment and finding the efficiencies.
I'm not sure if I could summarize it any better than Councillor Martin has done, but yes, some of those positions are traditionally hard for us to fill. They're not. We never go with a full complement, so this is just kind of hardening that. And with the new service levels that Council adopted last year for winter road maintenance, we know that there will be some efficiencies there. So, with the revised service levels that Council adopted last year, we feel comfortable on the roadside.
Thank you for repeating that.
Further questions of committee? No comments. I'll now ask if there are any amendments or any alternatives that a member wishes to table with regards to roads. Seeing none, staff's recommendation will be considered as adopted, and we'll move on to our final division, which is planning and engineering. Are there any questions or statements by members for open session? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, just to ask Jason, I guess, how these reductions are going to affect the service in those departments.
I'll start, and since there's two Jasons, neither one of us could be wrong, whoever starts. For the engineering side of things, we already planned the capital forecast out with a reduced staff level, and therefore the capital plan that was provided to council already factored that in. On the planning side, the one position that would remain in planning, that would be a slower response time for some internal requests for mapping and some other items. Again, Mr. Sloan will take a look at revising policies and procedures to minimize those internal service level commitments. But the biggest item is with regards to the planning around capital projects, and that's already been factored into our capital plan.
And Mr. Burgess, can you kind of give us a better indication of what item 17, what type of duties and responsibilities would be had under that position? And are there other persons or other FTEs with the same title?
There are other individuals, but I wish you would have used Jason, because then I could have just fluffed this question off to Mr. Godby. He'll give you a bit better operational impact for that position, which is the Mr. Godby might not have it numbered, but it's the municipal technologist position.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus. Yes, that municipal technologist position was one that we had recently been trying to recruit for as a result of an FTE that we had moved into engineering from elsewhere within Public Works. The idea at the time was that if we were going to continue to be taking on more work like we would ideally like to, in order to kind of narrow some of the infrastructure deficits and infrastructure gaps that we do have, that it would be just another support body to assist some of our project managers in the execution of our capital plan. So with that, as Mr. Burgess had indicated, we do still feel that we are very well resourced to execute the current capital plan that we have. And as was also mentioned, had we not foreseen these potential reductions, we likely would have been asking to do more work for the county this year.
Just a comment, Mr. Chair, we are taking on a lot of capital projects, I've noticed, and I would just hope that all of them are supervised much better than what happened on King Street in Delhi. So I hope that we have somebody watching closely over these contractors that are doing these multi-million-dollar projects for us.
Further, Jason Godby.
Through the chair, I guess just in general to that, I know that we did have some challenges over the past year or so with specific projects, and I can assure you that our engineering team has been doing whatever we can to tighten our grip on oversight of all of these projects, recognizing that we are burying millions of dollars of infrastructure each year, and it is in all of our best interests to make sure that the county is well represented on these sites.
Thank you, Jason.
Very good. Are there further questions or comments from committee as it pertains to planning and engineering? Seeing no hands raised at this time, I will now ask if there are any members present that would like to propose an alternative or an amendment to staff's recommendation as it pertains to planning and engineering. Seeing no hands raised and no objections, we'll consider staff's recommendation as adopted, and that will conclude option 24, targeted labor reductions. I do see a hand raised by Mayor Chop, and we'll hear from her.
Yeah, this where just because of the challenges we had with that other line item, that I think it might be prudent just to have a concluding motion, which is for option 24, would be that the 2021 levy budget savings target be reduced to $750,000 with no impact to frontline paramedic services, because that's the figure that staff has put in there for that option. So just to make it clear.
I think the point is well received, and I do want to go back to staff to see if we would like a confirming motion to summarize all of the amendments, or just with specific reference to paramedics and what the mayor has provided in the figures. Do we need a confirming motion for all of it, or do we just want to parse out that language with reference to paramedic services?
I think because it was very clear that council prioritized that service and there is specific direction given, I think it's best for all that be memorialized as a specific motion that, and then I think, it'd be very clear direction after that. Staff won't be able to interpret it any other way.
Okay, we have a mover, and I'm sure Andy is crafting that motion. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Columbus?
I concur with the mayor.
We have a mover and a seconder. Andy, could you please indulge us with the wording of that motion? We'll make sure that it's correct, and then we'll move forward to a recorded vote.
Sure. The 2021 levied budget savings target be reduced to $750,000 with no impact to frontline paramedic services.
And just for clarity, pardon me, Mr. Chair, would be for option 25 as it relates to
24?
Or 24.
Councillor Van Passen, I did see your hand raised. Further points of clarification or points of privilege?
No, that was the point I was going to make, that it's specific to option 24.
Right on. I think we've got it. We'll move forward to a recorded vote, please.
All right. Terrific. Councillor Columbus?
Yes.
Councillor Martin?
Nope.
Councillor Van Passen?
Yes.
Councillor Huffman?
Yes.
Councillor Michele?
Yes.
Councillor Taylor?
Yes.
Mayor Chop?
Yes.
And Chair Revitz?
Yes.
It passes 7-1.
Thank you for that, Andy. So with that, when we reconvene, we'll be circulating another agenda. I imagine we'll have some additional items of communication. I do see your hand raised, Mayor Chop, and I'll come to you in just a moment here for some remarks. I did want to just have a public service announcement for our media friends. Of course, today we're going to be proceeding immediately into CIC, and I don't believe our traditional format, in light of the positive case of COVID-19 here, will be happening, obviously. So if you do need to launch any media inquiries, I would really encourage everyone to contact Matt Terry directly. or Jason Burgess would be able to relay that information to our communications team for prompt response. Otherwise, with that, before we move to adjournment, I did want to circle back to Mayor Chop since she's raised her hand.
Yeah, I just think it's really important, especially now that we've started talking about some specific positions, openly here and what we're looking at doing. It all comes back to, I don't want people losing faith that, in Norfolk County that 20 people are, waking up or all losing their jobs. That's not how this works. I mean, we are, again, a very heavily unionized environment. Well, first of all, we have enough vacancies that we know within the corporation. So, it's looking at vacancies that have already existed, as we discussed, and, deciding to eliminate those positions. We are also heavily unionized. Because one person loses a position, there are bumping rights. There are other positions that are open throughout the corporation. So it's not that, 20 people are losing their jobs. Those measures to decrease that impact are going to be taken by staff once the budget has been ratified. As an example, with the public health cuts that we took, we put this out there publicly before. The public health cuts last year, we offered 2 early retirement packages out to the entire bargaining unit, and multiple individuals put their name forward. We ended up, allocating that to the 2 most senior individuals. And so in reality, as a result of those 2 retirement packages, nobody was going to lose their job at Norfolk County if they didn't want to. That, ensured that they could bump into other positions and so on. I'm not suggesting that I believe one individual did still leave, but, they didn't have to leave. There was that opportunity to be able to bump into another position. So just from some of the public comments out there, it's not that we're just axing 20 people off of our list.
Thank you for that, Mayor Chop. Before I ask for a motion to recess, I'll open up the floor if there are any other general announcements as it pertains to our budget. Okay, seeing none, I'll ask for a mover to recess until January 19th at 9 a.m. Moved by Councillor Martin. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Taylor, is there any discussion? Seeing none, I think I'll just, I'll ask, I think we're all right with this one not to go to a recorded vote there, unless I got everyone on my screen. Actually, no, I changed my mind. We'll go to the clerk for a recorded vote, just so I make sure we got everyone here.
Through you, Chair Rabbits, we haven't voted before on the reconvening. So we don't need to take a motion. As long as we just announce publicly that that's when we'll, yeah.
Very good. Well, with that, we are recessed, and it is 3 p.m. sharp. I'll now pass the chair over to Councillor Micheli for our CIC meeting. Or unless there's been another change of plans.
There's a different link that the budget, the deputations for CIC will need to be on. So if everybody could exit out of this Teams meeting and before 3:15, if that's okay with Chair Micheli, we'll convene the CIC.
Yes, Andy, 3:15 would be, I think, an ideal time to begin CIC.
Very good.
Unless there are any objections by my colleagues.
I'm not seeing any. Thank you for that assistance. I appreciate that, both of you. We'll be back at 3:15 for CIC, and we'll declare the Budget Committee is recessed until January 19th, commencing at 9 a.m.
Owen, are you there? So the mayor will introduce me, will she, or?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am not sure if our IT staff are ready for us to proceed, so I will just wait for a signal from them.
I believe, Chair Michele, I believe that we have the deputations on the line, so we should be ready to go.
Well, thank you, Mr. Clerk. Good afternoon to everyone. I would like to welcome you to this Council and Committee meeting for January the 12th, 2021. I would like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silent mode. I will now call this meeting to order. We will begin with a couple of changes to the agenda. We have two changes today. One is to include a report that was excluded in error initially. We will hear this report following the deputation of Ms. Tina Binder. That will be number 5B. The other change to our agenda today is to add a number of items of communications that are related to the sidewalk options report that will come later in our meeting. Are there any other changes or to the agenda or modifications before we proceed? Mr. Clerk, I don't see any of council's video on my screen. Is that something I should be doing, or should I wait? I'm seeing a hand raised by Mayor Chop.
Yeah, so I was just going to ask the same thing. Would the process not be for the councilors to log in each individually where they're sitting in council chambers? Originally, the idea to officiate this from home from yourself would be that you could see every person's individual face on the screen.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Chop. That's a good point. So I don't know, will that require a couple of minutes for councilors to make that change?
Through you, Chair Michele. So we do have close-up shots here on the main feed for Councillor Columbus and Councillor Martin, and then I believe Councillor Ravitz will be logging in through Teams momentarily. So we should be able to see them. Councillor Columbus and Councillor Martin don't have laptops here separately for that.
Yes, I understand that, Mr. Clerk. I do not see the remainder of council. Will I be able to do that?
Through you, is it on gallery? So if you go up to the top, there should be a gallery mode.
Oh, is that me? Am I doing that?
There should be a gallery mode on the top bar. I think it's under 3 dots that you would click on to view all the participants in the meeting.
If it assists, Chair Michele, I found that if you have your participants in that right panel, it looks like 2 little people at the top of your screen. And then what you'll do is you'll right-click on everyone's name that you would like to see, and you select Pin. And then they'll appear on the gallery view in front of you.
Chair Michelle, you're muted right now, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Andy. That's to muffle my exasperation.
If it assists, we
No,
can proceed
okay,
with.
I just need one moment, please.
Okay.
So, and I'm sorry, Councillor Rabbits, where do I see this pin function? I have all the participants on my right-hand screen.
Yeah, if you right mouse click and you can select pin, and it should move it to display on the gallery view in front of you. And you'll have to pin each person that you would like to see.
I'm sorry, I do not see a pin option. And I'm assuming that I'm doing this with my, with the participants. I'm clicking on that button.
I hope I'm assisting. That's how I was getting through it. I was going to the top of my screen, and there was two little people. So I was not hiding participants, but I was showing them. Then you get a list of names. And then when you right-click on a name, you'll have the options
on
to
the
mute
name?
them.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Roberts. I thought I was supposed to click off of the name to get everyone. Okay.
You got it.
I have it. Obviously, I don't need to pin myself. And I'm doing each person individually. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would suggest what I did for the proceedings was I pinned each councillor, and I also pinned our CAO. It assisted with if his hand was raised or needed to delegate to staff.
The CAO has also identified that he has some matters to deal with, so he will be joining us shortly, but he's off the call right now.
All right, I'd either search out, I'd search Andy then. You'd likely going to want to have one staff member on screen just so we can have that person raise their hand and assist us.
I'm right-clicking. The only person I can get Mr. Brazil, but it just comes on in a shaded form, and it won't actually pin anyone else. So I'm not sure if that is the way this is supposed to go. No.
Imagine doing this every day in your classroom, Tom.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Yes, I thank the Lord for not doing it this year entirely. Thank you.
If it assists at all,
I don't know why some people can be pinned and some people can't.
if it assists at all, I know the intention was that Councillor Michele was going to come in here so we could assist him a bit in sharing electronically for this first time, because it is not easy. I don't know if the chair would agree to having perhaps Chair Rabbits to serve as chair pro tem for today, and then at the next CIC we could go through it and prepare you better so that you're not caught off guard by this all.
You know, that might be a nice suggestion, provided, of course, that Councillor Rabbits is gracious enough to accept it.
I would be willing to. I see Mayor Chop had a suggestion.
Well, that's fine, but I think we're going to have to figure it out before next week, given the province's announcement that they just made this afternoon, that if you are anybody that is able to work from home with the new emergency that's been declared again, they're going to have to work from home. So I think we're actually going to be doing all of this electronically next week. So we need to get that figured out before Thursday of this week.
Okay, Mayor Chop, I'm puzzled about why we have to do it by Thursday.
The Premier, there were travel to only essential travel as of 12:01 a.m. on Thursday. Anybody that is able to work from home is now going to be required to work from home.
I see. Okay, so perhaps, Mr. Grizel, if you were available, I could attend at the council chambers at some point tomorrow for some training session, if that will help.
And through you to, to committee, council is still deemed an essential service, so I know everybody who can work from home can work from home, but we still would potentially be able to have at least the chair and myself in a room as a minimal, if that assists, just for the technical issues of getting these meetings done, if that's a preference. But yeah, the mayor's point is well taken. Certainly more electronic is better.
All right, so I'm sorry, now I'm a bit confused. Andy, do you want me to still come and get trained in doing this?
Chair Michelle, we can correspond via email or call tomorrow, and we'll arrange a time.
Okay, that sounds very good. And if it will assist, I could, or perhaps you could, Andy, you could forward the speaker's notes for today's meeting to Councillor Rabbits if he's going to graciously replace me today.
Mr. Grizel is printing those notes as we speak, and then we'll be good to get going. So appreciate your patience, everyone. I'll assume responsibilities for the chairing of this meeting once we have our clerk return. Very good. So with that, I see everyone's cameras on, save for Ryan Taylor. Oh, there he is. Wonderful. So good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. For those in attendance, I would ask you to ensure your phones are on silenced mode. First, we'll be moving for approval of the agenda / changes to the agenda. I believe there has been some circulated. These are additions through a deputation, item 5B, I, staff report related to Tina Binder, deputation. We'll also have a staff report, item 6C, I, communications related to staff report PW 21-01, sidewalk options, Cockshut Road and Dover Mills Road, Port Dover. Those are all the changes to the agenda that I have before me. Are there any further changes to the agenda? Seeing no hands. All right. May I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended? Seeing Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? So carried. If at any juncture we wish to proceed for recorded votes, just to make sure that we're capturing all of those, please let me know. Otherwise, I think I'll just continue moving forward with a show of hands as we're out of Budget Committee and in CIC. But again, if due to technical difficulties we want to make sure that we're capturing the accurate vote count, we can always request a recorded vote in that instance. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? Okay, seeing none at this time, we will continue on. We have 3 deputations today, and before we begin, I will remind that all of our deputations do have a 5-minute time limit. Your time will commence once you begin speaking, and I will give you a courtesy of a 1-minute warning when you have exceeded your time limit. Up first, we have Tom O'Hara regarding the urban boundary expansion in Waterford. Tom, are you on the line? Can you hear us, Tom?
I am. I'm here.
Very good. We can hear you, Tom, and I'm just going to make sure I'm getting you up on my screen.
Just loading my presentation now. There we go.
Very good. We'll make sure you get all loaded up before we start here.
I think we're good.
Excellent. So, Tom, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity. I came to you about 14 months ago and we talked about concession 7 and the old hare farm north of Waterford. And we talked about the urban boundary expansion of Waterford. And this is the map that we showed you then. In terms of the villages of Waterford right now, we're sold out in phase 1. We did that in 8 months. There's direct spending of $52 million in the first phase, or actually in the entire project. We have 267 registrations for 95 lots in phase 2. Currently, there's 4 builders working. The services and roads are completed for phase 2, and we're starting shallows on next Tuesday. And we will do COVID dependent. We'll start model homes in February. Sorry, let's move on here. Again, we came to council in November of 19 and waited for planning to be staffed. Our goal is to build on 158 acres. Obviously, we want to create jobs, income, spending, and taxes. We will create approximately $9 million in potential annual revenue for council, for Norfolk. And different than other builders, we're willing to build attainable houses. Obviously, our phase 1 and 2 are all approved. And the province does allow for private boundary expansions. Some of the things we're going to do, obviously, we're going to increase the population of Waterford. We'd like to revitalize downtown. That's certainly happening now. We'd like to add to the walking and biking network. We'd like downtown to become a community destination, encourage redevelopment, and we want the project to complement the community. We want to incorporate attainable housing into the plan. Currently, there's an 18-year backlog according to the affordable housing area of Norfolk County, and we're going to offer a variety of different housings, offer innovative building methods, and right now we're actually started to offer secondary suites in our current homes, and they've been very popular. They sold out the fastest. We have met with, first of all, obviously, we met with the mayor and Councillor Van Passen probably 2.5 years ago. Again, met with Jason Burgess and Brandon Sloan on August 6th of this year. Met with Brandon Sloan, Trish Givens, and Devin Hunter on November 7th. We understand Norfolk has funding for a growth study in their budget. We provided professional terms of reference, and we were promised but never heard back from council. From Brandon and Tricia Givens. We feel that we're being stonewalled right now by planning and development. So some of our building options we've shown you here. Obviously, we're going to build as many as possible and meet the needs of the community. Our concept is to fund our own studies to meet Norfolk and provincial standards. Our research will feed into the Norfolk growth study. We're going to have 5 phases, and we're looking at starting to build in 2023 and build out until 2040. Within our plan, we're going to develop a master plan community. So our next steps is for Norfolk County to do their review. We want to bring you a private official plan amendment, and we're looking now at doing a minister's zoning order. The minister has the ability to approve land and bring it in. There's been approximately 35 minister's zoning orders done in 2020. We would like to have council support on this. We need to bypass staff if they're not going to be supportive. And the MZO requires the same technical work and obviously speeds up the process.
There's 1 minute remaining in the deputation.
Thank you. Obviously, we'd like to work together because if not, we're going to see prices rise even more. We're seeing a lack of product, and we're seeing locals not even be able to afford housing. We'd like we simply can't wait what's convenient for planning. They feel it will take 2 to 3 years to do this process, and we feel it'll kill growth. We're committed. We purchased a building downtown Waterford. We're hiring staff and setting up an office. This is going to be our headquarters. We're doing our due diligence for another piece of land in Waterford for a multifamily site. And we're now at a point where if we can't go past phase 2, we're considering land in Brant. We'd like to come back to council in 3 months, bring our site-specific plan. We'll present more detail on housing and sales and densities, show that the necessary infrastructure for water and sewer, and ask council for a resolution to support our MCO. Concurrent to this, we'll work with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing for our minister's zoning order. And that's it.
Thank you, Mr. O'Hara. Are there questions of committee to the deputation? Scanning the room here, I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, there we are. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Mr. O'Hara. I am somewhat encouraged by your comment that you are not building affordable housing, but you're building attainable housing. And do I understand correctly that what you mean by that is housing that is going to be priced for lower income residents? Is that correct?
That's correct, Tom, or Councillor. You know, we were looking at tiny homes. We're looking at row housing. We're in our first portion. We'll build hopefully enough that will accommodate the needs of not only Waterford but a lot of Norfolk County. We recognize that in our current development, our semi-detached homes ran out the door and they were sold out first. And we have another 24 semi-detached homes in phase 2. And so we realize that there's a need for retirees. There's a need for people who have less of an income. Councillor Huffman challenged us to try to bring something in under $300,000. I'm not sure if we can do that. Certainly that's our goal. You know, we feel that we can deliver a product to Norfolk County that is required.
Mr. Chair, if I may, thank you, Mr. O'Hara. That sounds like good news. As I think you've already identified, Norfolk County is sorely in need of real affordable housing. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Councillor Taylor, followed by Councillor Huffman. On mute, Councillor Taylor.
It just didn't want to unclick. There we go. So much like Councillor Michelli, I'm very happy to hear about the attainable housing. But a little bit further on in your presentation, you said that the homes are unaffordable locally. I think you must have just misspoken somewhere. So I just want to give you an opportunity there to correct the record kind of thing, because I'm beyond excited about the attainable housing commitment.
So Ryan, what I said was that if we don't bring more land to market, that our prices are going to continue to escalate. That clearly we're seeing right now. As a realtor as well, I can tell you that prices have gone up $100,000 in less than a year. And we feel that if we have a large enough tranche of land, that we can have a varied and different product, some of which will be attainable, affordable housing, others which will be regular housing.
All right, thank you.
Councillor Huffman.
Sorry about that. Again, I couldn't get the icon to come up. So, hi, Tom. How are you today?
Very good. Yourself, Kim?
I'm good, thanks. I just wanted to add a couple things and then I have a question for you. So, I can tell my colleagues that this development that is currently in process has been extremely well received in Waterford. They have been wonderful developers to work with, in terms of, I don't know if any of you recall, we had an issue with some dirt issues regarding a hill that was there when they were in the beginning process, and how quickly that was resolved. And I got great feedback from the neighbors regarding that. And I've driven through the area and looking at all of the people in the homes and the semi-detached, and it is quite aesthetically pleasing, and it's definitely serving a purpose. So I just want to kind of tag on as well to the attainable piece. And I know I put that challenge out, and you know, if you can get to close to around 300, I know it could be a little bit above. What are your thoughts in terms of that goal being attainable if you're not able to secure this additional land?
Well, we need additional land to build on, first of all, Councillor Huffman, so that I guess we'd be looking at doing it in other places other than here.
Okay.
Right now, you know, you're right. We have been very successful, and driving through today, I bet you there was 100 men and women working on that site, and these are really well-paying jobs. These aren't the $14 an hour jobs.
Mm-hmm.
You know, there's right now we've got of the first 61 homes, I think we have 51 basements in the ground, and all 61 are sold or close to it. So I think that in our phase 2, we have semi-detached and regular homes, but we didn't ever contemplate attainable or affordable housing with this current development. With bringing in a larger tranche of land, we can offer more and varied, and you know, we don't have to make a king's ransom. We on the smaller product, we probably wouldn't make very much, but we know that there's a need, and we're willing to work with the community to deliver that and take care of that need.
Okay, I appreciate that, because now just starting our 3rd year of sitting at council, we have had only you as a developer talk about providing attainable housing, and that is high marks from me, that's for sure. And I just wanted to confirm, so you've purchased a location, a physical location in downtown Waterford to have as your office and kind of your hub for the continuing development, that's correct?
That's correct. We bought the old Gibble Goose building and we've renovated it, and actually next week we'll move furniture in, and I was over there today getting Bell in for technology, and you know, we'll have probably 5 or 6 staff out of that building. And interesting enough, we have a small development in Indio, California, and we're actually running that development from that office. You know,
cool.
You know, so I mean, we're trying to be good citizens. I mean, I'm sitting here at 736 Old Highway 24 right now. We've got a residence here now, and we love it. You know, we go back and forth from Muskoka, but Waterford's been very good to us. The people have been very accepting, and you know, we're trying to do what's right for the community.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you to the deputation. I remember the meeting we had in the mayor's office a couple of years ago, and the mayor was very persuasive, and you and your company was very willing to sort of target young families and have a place for young families to move. So, you know, and help to work with the future of Waterford, and your willingness to, you know, put in the bike trails, the walking trails, and help, you know, wake up the downtown in Waterford. But you've sold out your existing lands. Our staff are stuck with, you know, the current rules, and it does take that amount of time to make that amendment and go to the province. But I think that's one of the reasons that the province has offered that option of a minister's order, because I think they recognize sometimes the lack of movement in bureaucracy to get things going when they need to go. And you know, I'd be more than willing to sit down and look at a proposal they have and you know, support that, asking for a minister's order on it, because I think that's the only way to get it moving. And you're doing a good job, and we'd like to keep that going, and we'd hate to lose that. So you know, I look forward to some follow-up, and maybe follow up with staff as well to get their input on your request to the minister.
Very good. Appreciate the positive comments, Councillor Van Passen. You know, it was about 2.5 years ago that yourself and Mayor Chop and my partner, Dr. David Morris, sat down, and you know, we've tried to deliver on what our promises. We feel it's important to connect to downtown, and one of the things that Mayor Chop said was that, you know, ensure that any commercial that we put in there, that we complement downtown. We don't ever hurt the downtown businesses. And it was actually, and Councillor Huffman will tell you this, over Christmas, Alice Street was hopping. Like every Thursday night they had a sale, and it was very positive. It's very good what's going on, and I guess we're trying to add to it.
Any further questions for our deputation? Okay, seeing none at this time, we'll thank Tom O'Hara for his deputation this afternoon. And may I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Columbus, seconded by Councillor Michelli. All those in favor? I can see everyone, so carried. Is there any questions for staff as a result of that deputation? Councillor Columbus.
Well, in the past, usually it's the Ontario government, the various ministries that put the roadblocks in the way to our planning. And here we have a minister's zoning order that can be issued. So it's just opposite to what we've been used to in the past. So I just wonder if we can get a comment from Mr. Burgess at least. I don't know if Brandon's on here or not, but just to find out where the hiccup is and how things are progressing at the staff level.
Actually, I'll try. Mr. Sloan is on, and it's a planning matter, so I'd prefer him to respond more fully.
Sure, through the chair, and I have Tricia Givens here with me. If I may, if it's okay, I think I'd like to address a couple key points and touch on this minister's order. We definitely agree. Waterford's an amazing location. We've had some good discussions with the deputation, and I think we were working towards working further together. I want to be clear for committee and council, expanding a settlement boundary is a major thing. And typically this is led by the municipality and is done in a comprehensive way where you're considering the impact to water, sanitary, agriculture, the environment, the school needs, commercial needs, etc. And it usually is in an update to your official plan. And we have received other inquiries about settlement boundary expansions in Norfolk. This is not the only one. Under the new rules, a private landowner has what I would say a small chance to initiate a boundary change, to initiate their own amendment and do their own study. But they have to have the amount of land coming in has to equal a reduction in the amount of land that is taken out of an existing settlement boundary. In this case, in this scenario, it's very significant, and I doubt that we would find the equal amount of land, 150 plus acres, within existing settlement boundaries in Norfolk to take out. So it's very hard then for Mr. O'Hara or any other landowner that has interest in our county to expand it. Now, we have met with the deputation, and we're talking, the question was about the province and the minister's order potential. We did coordinate a meeting with the province, and they've confirmed this. They also confirmed they haven't seen a private amendment under these provincial rules. So far, it's just been done through a municipal-led process. So we did notify the deputation that it's in our work program. It's in the budget that council is close to making a decision on. And we do have the resources, and we are starting, and we're looking to start it in March on our terms of reference for the study. The study would look at the whole county, and it's going to look at our land supply, the settlement boundaries, infrastructure considerations. You all know we have some water challenges, sanitary situation, and we would ultimately have an update to the official plan. You look at a demand analysis, you look at how much land is needed, and you look at where. Once you've done that and we're decided on the settlement, then we would look at the master planning and the layout for any possible land. So we've extended an opportunity for the deputation to like work with us and participate through that process. And I think that's where we're still at right now. I'm not 100% familiar with ministers' zoning orders as to what all of them have done recently, but I don't think it's very typical that that would be for an official plan settlement boundary decision. But I would really caution that like this topic is very big. We want to make sure that we're planning and doing this well so that if and when we have some land for our future residential or industrial supply, we're bringing it in the right places, and then it's not going to tax our infrastructure system or other economic impacts too much. You know, having said that, Waterford definitely is on our radar for one of the areas that is attractive for growth. And we do need to look at providing a range of moving forward. So thanks for those few minutes to make those comments. Staff would have some serious reservations about a minister's order at this time before we've started this this comprehensive plan.
If I could rebut, Mr. Chair.
Oh, thank you. We'll circle back to Councillor Columbus.
Oh, that's good. I got a good explanation.
Very good. Thank you. Are there further questions to staff resulting from our deputation? If there, oh, Councillor Huffman. Unfortunately, hit the video instead of the unmute there, Councillor Huffman. All right. Just delaying here to see if it was a technical difficulty or if Councillor Huffman can hear us and did wish to pose a question to staff. All right, well, in an effort to stall for just a few more moments, I did notice that we have individuals waiting in the lobby, and I imagine that's not the chair's responsibility to be accepting those folks in. Or at least I'm declaring that I'm not monitoring that. But Kim, we'll give you, Councillor Huffman, we'll give you one more opportunity here to get your computer to cooperate, and if you did have any questions for staff as a result of Mr. O'Hara's deputation, now would be the time to ask. Gotcha. Yeah.
Hi. Thank you for being so patient. No, I didn't have anything else more to add. I just wanted to say that I noticed that Mr. O'Hara wanted to make a further comment, so I just wanted to make sure that that was possible.
I have no issue with that.
I guess in rebuttal to Mr. Sloan, what Mr. Sloan is talking about is a provincial policy statement. If the minister decides to bring this land in, we do not have to have acre for acre in trade. He can make a mana de padre, and he can move this land into the urban boundary. You know, clearly the government of Ontario has determined that there is a tremendous shortfall in southwestern Ontario. And we can see that in Waterford and Norfolk County just by the increase in prices of real estate. So this is why we're going to move forward with a ministerial zoning order. You know, I guess we've asked for 2 months to have feedback from Mr. Sloan and Ms. Gibbons, and we have not received it. We've given a very professional terms of reference and felt that we at least deserved the courtesy and the professionalism to get feedback.
Further, Councillor Huffman?
Nope, that's fine. I'm good.
Thank you. And I did see a hand raised by Brandon Sloan, so I'd like for him to have an opportunity to speak, please.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair, and I'll be brief. I don't think we necessarily need to get into a debate today. I just wanted to make sure council had the accurate information that staff did provide feedback to the deputations planning consultant on several occasions.
Okay, those comments notwithstanding, are there any further questions for staff as a result of our deputation? Last call. If there is nothing further, we can move on to our next deputation, and I'm seeing no objections. So with that, we'll be moving on to our next deputation by Tina Binder. This is regarding a proposal to purchase land in Ward 6. Ms. Binder, are you in the meeting? Can you hear us? Oh, thank you for that. Councillor Columbus has just informed me that our next deputation will be attempting to contact us by telephone.
Yes, and I've just gotten on, sorry.
Oh, that's great. No apologies
Yes.
required. Thanks for confirming.
Yes.
So I'll remind you, Ms. Binder, that the clock will start when you start, and I will remind you when you have 1 minute remaining in your deputation. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor, all the councillors and the mayor. My deputation will be quite a bit shorter than what I had anticipated, as an amendment to the agenda today was with respect to the report, because until this morning I hadn't had a chance to review the report. But since I've reviewed it, it covered a lot of things, mainly giving you all background on this particular road closing, which is actually in the report. It clearly indicates this road was actually closed back in the 80s. So that makes things quite a bit easier. Lydia did put all that information in there. My only real request is looking at your policies and working on this potential road closing for a number of years, actually back to 2015, is the purchase price. I get it. Nothing in life is free, nor should anything in life be free. And in this day and age, land is a big thing, and everybody wants it. However, this particular piece of land is essentially useless to anyone other than myself and my husband, or our abutting property owner and neighbor, who has indicated and has signed off indicating that she has no interest in these particular lands. I know that the policy reads that for these particular parcels of land that they charge $10,000 an acre, and so for this particular piece of land that it would be approximately $11,800. I know in other municipalities, particularly with lane closings, alleys, road closings, it is a policy that they give the land to the abutting property owner if they so wish, in the event that the property owner would pay for the reference plan. Obviously, they have to get their own lawyer, registration costs, and things such as that. As currently, the way that the land sits and the way it's been sitting for 40 years since the road was closed is vacant and non-taxable. So other municipalities have seen the benefit in giving those lands to abutting property owners, because it gives, it adds that land to the roll, and it at least gets taxed. In this particular instance, it likely will be minimal because it's not that large. However, obviously, a little bit of money is better than nothing. And also, other municipalities have also looked at the liability aspects in terms of having these lands there. That's actually one of the reasons why we actually want to obtain these lands, is because of the liability. And when I had first went back even prior to 2015, when we had started this, was because of the liability aspect. There's many people that actually access this. I call it a road because people think of it as the road, but it's all grown in. There's lots of trees, and they access these lands and they go onto our property. We actually had a gentleman who was living in our woods that we were unaware of for 30 days. And when he came out of the woods, believe me, he scared the bejesus out of us and scared us to even know that he'd been down there for 30 days and we didn't know he was down there. And we had indicated to him that we had owned the land And he indicated to us that no, we didn't, that the county owned it. And this is a very regular occurrence. People access the lands, they go into the woods, which we own, they kind of wrap back around, and I have literally people coming out of my backyard, and then they try to get confrontational with you, and they will argue with you that no, you don't own the property. So many years ago, there was a fence at the very end of the road, and it wasn't the best fence, but it kind of kept people out, let's say. But because there's many people that like to drive through the end of the roadway, that fence was taken down. You'll probably recall there was a OPP officer that went through the end of this road a few years ago and totaled an SUV. But after that fence was taken down, they've actually put up other pillars and things such as that to at least let people know that it's a dead-end road. But now it's kind of opened those doors up even more for people just to walk through. And like I said, they walk through our property. So, you know, with everything that Lydia put in the report, it was great. It's, you know, matter of fact, it is what it is. My only reason for really speaking with you today is just to see if you would reconsider the amount, just based on, like I said, the liability aspects to a municipality as well as the tax roll, because in the event that we don't come to some sort of agreement and arrangement to purchase this, you're essentially just going to have those lands sitting there again with no roll number attached to it. You guys don't pay taxes, so, you know, better to at least get a little bit of tax money from that. As well as the lands there themselves are hazard lands, and there'll also be an easement in favor of hydro that has to run across the whole length of the property. So it's not like this is developable land, let's put it that way.
All right. Well, thank you, Ms. Binder, for your deputation. We'll first hear from Councillor Columbus regarding a question for you.
Yes, my question is, where is the report? I'm missing something. I don't have a copy of it. That was provided by Ms. Harris.
Oh, apologies. It was emailed out, but it's probably, did you not have the changes to the agenda package? I'll grab it for
perhaps.
you.
Sorry, I didn't have that. Thanks.
Apologies, Ms. O'Hara. Was circulated electronically, and we do have a hard copy before us. Ms. Binder, sorry.
Yep.
Ms. Binder. Getting mixed up in my agenda here. Ms. Binder, we are just going to afford an opportunity for council to apprise themselves of that material that was prior circulated. We've got a hard copy in front of us here. I think I'll either go back to Councillor Columbus to continue his question, or we do have some other hands that are raised.
No, I'm good right now. Thanks. I just wondered where the report was.
Right on. We've got the report. We're going to now hear from Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just on the agenda, the proposal to purchase land on Ward 6. I'm not so sure if Councillor Martin's ward has been extended quite that far to include this little area. So we might want to check on that. But yeah, I've actually been out there before. That road has been closed for quite some time, and it is a nuisance to the adjoining landowner. But and the deputation makes a lot of good points. If I was buying it, I'd make all the same arguments. But you know, council has a policy in place, and just look at the increased value of the overall package, and then you probably won't consider that small fee of $10,000 for an acre of land is probably not so bad. So I'll just throw that to the deputation.
Thank you, Councillor. I did make a mention to the clerk's office when I saw that it said that it was Ward 6. That no, that should be amended to Ward 3. And yes, and I get it. You know, I get it that that 10,000 an acre is quite minimal. Like this, honestly, to date, some people this road was closed before I was born. So, it's been a long time. Figure back in the 80s when, in the report that Lydia has presented, back then, they would have likely given it to the abutting property owner. And the only reason that they did not at that time was the fact that on the other side of Wyndham Road 7, that's actually towards the West Quarter town line, there was a farmer on that side that actually was using that road, at least along the side of it, for irrigation. So at that time they didn't. And this particular area where we live, my road, way back in the day was known as Cedar Lane. And it was a roadway that people used, and it went right up the ramp. And in or around the time when they closed that, they also gave those lands to the abutting property owners. So if we went back to the 80s, when it would have likely have been done, the only reason that council stopped it at that time was because it affected somebody on the other side of the creek, not this particular property. So they kind of just stopped everything. They likely would have given it to all the abutting property owners at that time as well.
Further, Councillor Van Passen?
Well, if we could go back to the 80s, I'd have a six-pack and black hair too, but those days are done. Right? So.
Good point. No, but obviously, I'm trying to save a buck, in all honesty. And just knowing how other municipalities look at these sorts of lands, and know what some of their policies are. I know policies are put in place for a reason, but again, I'm a firm believer that, sometimes there's something that just doesn't fall under that umbrella, and that's when you kind of need to look at it to see if there's a way that we can, work around it.
Further questions of committee for our deputation, Ms. Binder? Okay, seeing no hands raised at this time. Oh, circling back to Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at map 1 here, and it shows this this property line here with the road that's closed, I take it. And does it extend all the way to the Wyndham West Quarter line, that closure? The property that we're speaking of. I should know this because it's in my ward, but being it's a dead end, I seldom drive down there.
And this is to the deputation?
Yes.
I know, I'm trying to bring up the map now, Mike, because obviously I've called in because my internet is terrible out here in Ward 3. That's another deputation for another day. But Big Creek is right there, so I know that the road has been closed on this side of Wyndham Road 7 to Big Creek, and then from Big Creek on the other side to the West Quarter town line is my understanding that's also been closed as well. But the lands that I'm seeking are just the sides that abut our lands.
So just to clarify, you're looking at from where the road ends on the east side over to the creek is what you're interested in?
Yes.
Okay, so west of the creek then, that's not what you're including, or that's
No.
not what Lydia...
No, that's not, no.
So we'd still
We
have
don't own
to...
any lands on that side either.
So I suppose those lands to the west could be offered to those abutting property owners down the road.
I believe, and Lydia would need to clarify this, but I believe that when notification was sent out the first time, they looked at doing all of that. But then they decided, since I was the one that had initiated this some time ago, that they would just deal with the lands that we were seeking, because it just involved two property owners. Mm-hmm. And our neighbor, Shirley Terrabrute, has indicated that she is not interested in these lands whatsoever.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of committee for our deputation? Okay, I've checked live and online, and I'm not seeing any hands. So with that, we'll thank Ms. Binder for her deputation. And could I have a motion to receive it as information? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. All those in favor? So carried. Are there any questions for staff as a result of the deputation? I do see we have a staff report, and perhaps I would like to know what staff's intentions are as to when that would be presented, because I do believe we've had some renumbering, and I've had at least 2 agendas in front of me here. So if we could maybe just have an acknowledgement as to when the accompanying staff report will be presented, and then I'll go to questions of committee for staff.
Through you, Chair. So we had added it, the staff report that was circulated, we'd added to be heard after this deputation. So I don't know if Shelley or Lydia is on the line. I see Shelley in the meeting, so.
Okay, great. That's what we'll do. Let's afford an opportunity if council asks questions, and realize that there is an accompanying staff report that will be presented immediately following this question period. So are there any questions of staff in the interim? Seeing no hands raised, I think we'll move directly to Shelley to present the staff report.
Thank you, Chairman Roberts. I'm going to pass the report presentation to Lydia Harrison, who is also on the call today. So Lydia, if you can just unmute and start your presentation.
Thank you, Shelley. Mr. Chairman, this report is to seek Council's direction to declare a portion of the closed road allowance between concessions 6 and 7 in Wyndham Township surplus to municipal needs, and to authorize the sale to Michael and Tina Binder. The former corporation of the Township of Delhi approved the closing of the road allowance in 1987, and on March 16, 1988, a bylaw was registered on title to effectively stop up and close the road allowance. Mr. and Mrs. Binder qualify to be able to purchase the lands as the immediate budding owners to the south. Staff have now received a sign-off from the owner to the north, who does not wish to purchase any portion of the road allowance. And I do thank Ms. Binder for providing that to staff. As per the council-approved road allowance valuation, the portion of the road allowance is valued at $11,800, and Mr. and Mrs. Binder will be responsible for all costs associated with the sale. Staff are recommending the sale to Mr. and Mrs. Binder, and will take any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions of committee for our staff? And seeing no hands raised, just double checking here. I got 2 spots to check. Okay. We'll move along to either approve staff's recommendation or propose an alternative. Would someone like to make a motion? Seeing Councillor Micheli. Sorry, I thought I saw a hand raised. Councillor Micheli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. That was an inadvertent move on my part.
Okay. So in the report 21-01, it's on page 5. We have a staff recommendation. Is there a member that would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative? Seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, and apologies, Mr. Chairman. I do have a question for staff. In our corporate policy, is the valuation of rural property, is there a range on that, or is it just that one flat $10,000 price tag? Because, you know, I do recognize the deputation's point of view that since there is an easement across that property, and well, 2 easements, one with Union Gas and one with Hydro One, and you know, I can understand them wanting to pay the least amount possible, but if that is our policy, then I'd be happy to move the recommendation. But if our policy has a range for rural property, could you just let me know that?
Through the chair, it's Lydia. When council requested the valuation for road allowances, We did seek out an appraisal. The valuations ranged from $8,000 to $12,000 per acre. And council approved the mid-range valuation of $10,000 per acre. And that is what was approved in the council report that was presented to council for the rural road allowances.
If that's the case, I don't want to go to the trouble of amending council policy and all that, so I would move the staff recommendation.
Do we have a seconder? Seeing Councillor Taylor as the seconder, is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, to Lydia, was this property advertised, or did you just go to the two abutting owners? And Ms. Binder had indicated that the neighbor across the road's not interested in this parcel. Did you get a sign-off letter from her with respect to no interest? Because there's been cases in the past where I know in discussions the neighbor across the road was okay with it, but then when it came down to the end, they weren't. So have you got all the paperwork completed for this, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, because the road was closed many years ago, the portion of advertising in a public meeting took place quite some time ago. And so on that basis, we come before you with the report today. Ms. Binder was very helpful in acquiring a sign-off from the owner to the north. I think it's Mrs. Terbrud. And she did provide a signed release to us just in the last couple of days.
Perfect, Lydia.
All right. If there isn't any further discussion on the motion, did you have any further comments, Lydia, before we move to vote?
Through the chair, thank you, Chair Rabbits, but that is all that I have to comment on at this time. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for confirming that. With that, we'll have the clerk read out the motion, and we'll just call a regular old vote. I cannot see Councillor Taylor, but I have been able to see the hand raised icon, so we'll take that as your vote in the affirmative. So with that, Andy, if you could please read it out.
That report CS 2001, proposed conveyance of part of a closed road allowance between concessions 6 and 7, Windham, Norfolk County, be received as information, and that the portion of the closed road allowance between concessions 6 and 7, Windham, as shown on the map attached, be declared surplus to municipal needs and conveyed to the budding property owners, Michael Binder and Tina Binder, at a valuation of $10,000 per acre, and that the responsibility for all costs associated with the conveyance be borne by the property owners receiving the lands, and further that any net proceeds from the sale of the property be credited to the current year's operating budget and transferred to the Property Managers Services Reserve.
Question, Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Clerk, I heard you read the year 2001. Is that motion there 2101 or 2001? Well, you read it the same place I did. Okay. Okay, thanks.
Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I just have a question in terms of where the funds are being allocated. Maybe Mr. Burgess can answer that. Why, after we're going through all of this with our operating budget, why would we be crediting those to the operating budget? Maybe I'm confused by how that was read
out. Through the chair to the committee, this falls back to the larger issue of when wherever the lands were acquired from, the funding budget normally goes back to it. I think it's just more of a practice that it goes back into. It would actually go to the reserve, not the. It goes to the reserve of that division. for more major land transactions, we would change that approach. That was part of the council budget directive from last year of sale of surplus lands, where only half would go back to the division. But for this one, it's $10,000. We didn't make that adjustment. Am I covering that off correctly, Shelley?
I apologize. I was on mute. I think if you will see in the financial services comments, there is a transfer to the property management services reserve.
And sorry if I may, Mr. Chair, and what specifically is that reserve used for then?
The functionality of it, I believe Kathy's on the phone or on the call as well, and I will just pull up the details of that reserve. But Kathy, are you available to respond to that function of the property management reserve?
Hi, yes, I am. Through the chair to Mayor Chop. The reserve was established a number of years ago for any properties that were sold when the original function was created to look into selling and dealing with all the properties and road closures, etc. And I believe, while Shelley's looking that up, I believe that actually the reserve is to fund future lands that will need to purchase or want to purchase in the future. I do not believe off the top of my head that there's a large balance at this time in that reserve. However, I do think it has had a number of transactions.
Further, Mayor Chop?
So as a practical example to the committee, sometimes if you're doing a roadway, you may need to acquire small pieces of land for daylighting, for visibility around an intersection, or acquire small strips of land off of a private property. Those small transactions sometimes are not always fully accounted for in the capital budget, or sometimes you may need an improvement when you're doing something. Again, small transactions, so that's why generally municipalities have those types of reserves set up for those kind of smaller land actions. So it doesn't slow down a construction project. You can just have a fund that you can go to grab a few dollars to complete.
Fair enough. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you for that. So we do have a mover and a seconder, and we are in debate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, looks like my batteries are about to go here, but before that happens, we'll have Andy reread the motion just one more time, and then we'll just proceed to a regular vote. I have lost visual of Councillor Huffman, so if you just wanted to use that hand emote icon, I'll accept that as, oh, there she's back. Very good.
The report CS 2101, proposed conveyance of part of the closed road allowance between concessions 6 and 7 Windham, Norfolk County be received as information, and that the portion of the closed road allowance between concessions 6 and 7 Windham as shown on the map attached be declared surplus to municipal needs and conveyed to the abutting property owners, Michael Binder and Tina Binder, at a valuation of $10,000 per acre, and that responsibility for all costs associated with the conveyance be borne by the property owners receiving the lands, and further that the net proceeds from the sale of the property be credited to the current year's operating budget and transferred to the property manager services reserve.
Thank you, Andy. All those in favor? And that motion is carried. All those opposed? Seeing none. All right, so with that, we're now on to our third and final deputation, and that is by a Robert Cook, Waste Management Infrastructure. Robert, do we have you on the line, Mr. Cook?
I am on the phone, yes.
Oh, great. We can hear you. If you wouldn't mind. Thanks, Andy. Great. So, Mr. Cook, if you just want to make sure that you're speaking up a little bit or increasing your volume. I was having a slight difficulty hearing you, but I was switching my microphone.
Sure.
Can we hear you again, Mr. Cook?
Okay, is that better?
It is. So
Okay,
you will have
great.
5 minutes for your deputation. I'll remind you when you have 1 minute remaining. You may begin.
Thank you very much, Chair Rabbit and Mayor Chop and members of County Council. I am technically challenged like many of you. I've been frozen out of Teams, so I'm going to have to do this on the phone. But what I would like to do is refer to my PowerPoint, which I believe was included in the council agenda. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I will be brief, as I know your agenda is fairly full. My name is Rob Cook, and I'm here today representing the Ontario Waste Management Association, from where I recently semi-retired, having been the CEO for the past 20 years. The PowerPoint I'm going to refer to is in your information package, and in addition, there is an important document that I'm referring to, which at the end of the day is the resolution I am asking the council to consider approving or passing a motion in support of. It's a City of St. Catharines resolution. It was passed in October of 2020, and it's been circulated to all Ontario municipalities with a request for support. So into the PowerPoint very quickly. Who is OWMA, Ontario Waste Management? We're a nonprofit organization representing stakeholders in the Ontario waste management sector. We have 64 private sector companies and 65 municipalities, both upper and lower tier. That's a unique combination in an association having both private and public working together. And the County of Norfolk is a valued member of OWMA, and Marissa Bokla is your representative on the organization. So why are we here today? We're deputing or delegating in support of the City of St. Catharines' request for council to endorse their position on Bill 197 and pass a supporting motion. So a bit of background to Bill 197. Bill 197 is the COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act of 2020. It deals with COVID-19 issues, but obscured in a schedule to the Act is a significant change to the Environmental Assessment Act impacting municipalities. This Act did receive royal assent in, I believe, July or August of 2020. And we come to the issue of why do we need your support? So there's several, I think, important reasons. Firstly, the City of St. Catharines is requesting a show of solidarity by municipal councils on this issue. We've been deputing far and wide, County of Simcoe, last week, County of Essex, County of Wellington today, and over 45 municipalities have approved in support of the St. Catharines resolution, and we're hoping that Norfolk will be able to do that today as well. We are meeting with Haldeman, Brantford, a number of other municipalities in the coming weeks. So the provisions of this bill, I think from a municipal perspective, create a dangerous precedent that could undermine municipal autonomy and will dramatically impact landfill approvals for lower and upper tier municipalities and for the private sector as well. And OWMA at the end of the day in trying to address this issue for our municipal members needs your support to backstop our advocacy efforts at Queen's Park. There are local companies and investments in jobs in your community that could be negatively impacted by the bill as well. So how is this municipal autonomy compromised? Well, the Environmental Assessment Act, in terms of currently dealing with landfill development, establishes the principle that municipalities can veto a development outside their municipal boundaries in an adjacent municipality. So Bill 197 would essentially empower multiple municipalities to veto development within 3.5 kilometers of an adjacent municipality, even if the host municipality supports the development. So the view of municipalities, the association, and many is that this veto empowerment to adjacent municipalities is overreach given the processes and the approval mechanisms we currently have for a whole range of issues, including landfills.
1 minute remaining.
So the it's landfills today. That's what's referenced in Bill 197, but it is the thin edge of a wedge. There's other waste management infrastructure, agricultural developments, a number of other developments that may be controversial that could eventually find its way having the same kind of provisions. So Bill 197, however, does have a supportable change. In the past, environmental assessments for landfills or other activities, the Minister of the Environment made the final decision. Municipalities had input, But even the host municipality of a development did not have the ability to make a final decision. It was the minister. This bill allows host municipalities to have that final say in whether a landfill is approved in their jurisdiction or it isn't. The negative consequences are really around the adjacent municipality issue. And this does have issues for municipalities like Norfolk that rely on third parties for disposal. Arguably, the bill and the adjacent municipality provision will make it difficult for private sector and other municipalities to achieve new approvals in the future. That's going to make it difficult to find capacity from those third parties. So the solution is pretty simple. City of St. Catharines resolution has identified all of these issues. It's recommending that an amendment be made to Schedule 6 of Bill 197 that removes the reference to adjacent municipalities while maintaining the ultimate right of host municipalities to have the final say. So I've cut it short a bit, but I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have, and hopefully County Council can see its way to support the St. Catharines resolution.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cook. We'll open up the floor for questions of our deputation. And I'm just waiting for my screen to return. Do we have any questions for our deputation, Mr. Cook? I'm not seeing any hands. Oh, no, sorry, someone was adjusting their glasses there. Okay, so I'm not seeing any hands. May I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? Councillor Martin?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wondered if Mr. Godby or Marissa were familiar with this and could chime in at all.
Through the chair to Councillor Martin, Marissa is not currently with us today for this meeting. However, just with some of the conversation I had with her and with Larry Conrad, who is also our Director of Environmental Services with 30 plus years in the waste management industry, talking to the two of them, they're both very supportive of the presentation and supportive of the resolution that has been proposed and drafted by the City of St. Catharines. Beyond that, I apologize. I don't have a lot of other additional details, but if there's anything specifically you want me to take away to them, I can definitely do that.
No, that's fine. Their endorsement. That's good to know. Thank you.
Further discussion, Councillor Columbus?
Yes, Jason, I doubt very much if this would affect our county, but perhaps if it was like the Tom House site certainly would have been included in this type of situation, would it not? Years ago.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, yes, I believe you would be correct, and I think that's that's part of the larger concern that I think is trying to be addressed, is just the fact of being able to say in Norfolk County we wanted to look to site a new landfill within our borders. Depending on the location, we could run into an issue where another municipality would have the ability to veto that.
All right, is there further discussion from committee? Seeing none, we're just simply moving to receive the deputation as information, so I will call the question. All those in favor? So carried. Is there any further questions of staff resulting from the deputation? Seeing none, and if there's nothing further, we can move on. Councillor Columbus?
Well, Mr. Chair, staff, Jason mentioned that staff was in support of this, and should we not be endorsing the letter or the motion that was presented by the City of St. Catharines if staff's in support of it, or if council's in support?
Let's first go to Jason Godby. And then if you would like to table that as a motion, we'll get a seconder, we can debate it.
Yes, I would table that.
And is that a seconder, Mayor Chop? Or a question? That's a seconder. Okay, great. So we have a mover and a seconder to endorse. I want to make sure I'm getting the wording right. The direction provided by St. Catharines. But I think just to make sure that we've got the intent of the motion clearly worded, we'll once again go to the clerk, and then we'll call the question.
I'll skip the whereases that are printed in the agenda and just start with the therefores. Therefore, be it resolved that Norfolk County calls upon the Government of Ontario, Ministry of the Environment, Conservation and Parks, to amend Bill 197 COVID-19 Economic Recovery Act to eliminate the development approval requirement provisions from adjacent municipalities, and that the host municipality be empowered to render final approval for landfills within their jurisdictions, and be it further resolved that a copy of this motion be forwarded to Premier Doug Ford, Jeff Urick, the Minister of Environment, Conservation and Parks, Steve Clark, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing, local MPPs, the Association of Ontario Municipalities, and Ontario's Big City Mayors, formerly Large Urban Mayors Caucus. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to all Ontario municipalities with a request for supporting motions to be passed by respective councils and copies to be sent to the same people again.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Councillor Van Passen?
I just wondered if the clerk should maybe change that, the second part, and circulate it to the Western Wardens Caucus rather than the Urban Big Cities Mayors Caucus.
I think that can be accomplished. Thanks to you, Councillor Van Passen. Not seeing any objections from the mover or seconder. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? It is so carried unanimously. So with that, I'm just trying to figure out where I am in my agenda. We've always got two of them, or three. Looks like we've made it to staff reports. And our first staff report is going to be HS 20-23. This is the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation Regeneration Master Plan Update Asset Classification. Marlene, will you be speaking to this report?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Heidi Van Dyke is on, and she'll be presenting the report for us this evening, and then we'll entertain any questions from council. Thank you.
Very good. You may begin. Thank you. Is Heidi here?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to members of council. The purpose of this staff report is to provide council with an update on the Regeneration Master Plan project for the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation, as it specifically relates to the classifications of the Housing Corporation assets. This information, we are asking council to approve the asset classification so that it can be used in the next phase of the planning process. So as council is aware, the Housing Corporation has retained Hairco Inc. as their consultants to lead them through the Regeneration Master Planning process. I have been actively involved with the Housing Corporation and their consultants in this process. And you will see that Mr. Matt Bowen, CEO of the Housing Corporation, has provided some comments on this report. The consultants in the Housing Corporation used a process that they have assessed, and the board of the Housing Corporation has assessed to be appropriate, and they have categorized all of the assets into 4 categories: either retain, revitalize, redevelop, or dispose. Those assets, referring to page 2 of the report, those assets that are being categorized as retain are those in a good state of repair, that are located in a community where there is housing need, and that have the number and types of units that are needed in Haldimand and Norfolk and are in alignment with the 10-year housing and homelessness plan. Units that are classified as revitalized still have some value to the overall system. However, they're going to need some capital repairs in order to maintain their value. Those that have been identified for redevelopment are those that have limited value in their current state, But if they were redeveloped into something different, such as supportive housing or transitional housing, they would continue to provide value to the overall system. And those assets that have been identified as disposed are units that have either reached the end of their life cycle, would require significant financial investment to rehabilitate them, and or the number and type of unit does not meet the priority housing needs of the community. I have also included some information in the report for Council's information about the Housing Services Act and Service Manager consent. This will come into play in future should Council consider future business cases for new affordable housing development where existing social housing units are being requested to be disposed of in order that the assets would be used to fund new development. So that information is really being provided for Council's information at this time. Staff have thoroughly reviewed the consultant's report as well as the accompanying Housing Corporation staff report. I did attend the Housing Corporation board meeting where this matter was considered, and staff are recommending that Council approve this report. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Heidi. Is there any questions of committee? Seeing first Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Heidi, thank you for your report. And I'm just looking at your chart here on page 27 of the consultant's report. Specific to Banstead and Gibraltar Streets, it says dispose. It's the word dispose. So would these properties be actually knocked down and have a developer build on them, or would the Housing Corporation build on them? Or do you intend to sell each one of those units individually, or we just sell a whole block of housing there all at once to a developer?
So thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to Councillor Columbus, it could be any of those options. That will be included in the overall regeneration master plan and the accompanying business cases for new affordable housing development that Council will consider when the regeneration master plan is completed, and that should be in March of this year. So to dispose of a unit does mean that it we could look at demolishing the units as they are and developing higher density or a different type of housing on that property, or it could mean that the units are sold and the funds that are acquired from the sale of those properties would be reinvested into the housing system, into new affordable housing.
Thank you.
Further questions of committee? Seeing none at this time, I would just alert Councillor Van Passen that your hand raised icon is still up. I think that's from your last conversation, so I just want to make sure I don't miss you. Any further questions of committee? Mayor Chop.
I'd just like to move the staff recommendation. Thanks for the report, Heidi.
Very good. We have a seconder with Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I think I can read this one out. I've got it organized in front of me. So it has been moved and seconded that staff report HS 20-23, HNHC Regeneration Master Plan Update, Asset Classification be received as information, and that Council approve the classification of the Haldimand Norfolk Housing Corporation community housing assets as presented in Appendix A of this staff report, and further that classification of assets be used in the completion of the HNHC Regeneration and Strategic Asset Management Plans. And with that, all those in favor? So carried. Thanks, Heidi. Great. Now I've just lost, just when we took that vote, I did lose sight of Councillor Huffman. I've got her back there, great. I did record your vote, so we're moving through here to our next staff report, and that is HS 20-24 regarding homelessness prevention services emergency housing program. I would assume, Heidi, you're also presenting this one? Great.
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Through you to members of council. This staff report is coming forward as a result of some discussions and questions that occurred at the Health and Social Services Advisory Committee related to the service delivery model for the emergency housing program, and staff are pleased to bring forward this report for council's consideration. We are seeking some direction on appropriate service levels in the emergency housing program in order to balance the needs of the people that we serve, the safety of staff that deliver the program, and the community that is impacted by the activities around them. The emergency housing program is one of the homeless prevention services that is fully funded through the CHIPPY and is delivered internally by the homeless prevention services team as part of the social services and housing department. Since we have brought the services in-house, we have made some changes to the delivery of the program that I am confident in saying has provided an enhanced level of service. On page 2 of the report, you will see that we have secured rooms for the emergency housing program in various locations through block funding that is at a rate considerably lower than the per night rate of motel rooms. This means that we have a consistent number of emergency housing program beds available, and it is a cost savings from what we used to pay for motel rooms for the program. Secondly, we have shifted to a coordinated access service where focusing on diversion from emergency housing. So all people who are seeking emergency housing call into our office, or they call victim services if it's after business hours. They do a full assessment of need with our staff, and our staff work with the person to identify any options to divert from admission to emergency housing. So we are only placing people in motels who have absolutely no other option for housing. And then we meet with them, we do an intake, and each person in the emergency housing program is required to sign a participation agreement where they agree to not engage in behavior that is a harm to themselves or others, and they agree to work with our staff to actively work on improving their housing stability and finding alternate, more permanent housing. All of that being said, we deliver the program from a housing first and trauma-informed care perspective. And we do deliver what we call a low barrier program. This means that the services that we provide are to some of our most vulnerable citizens in Norfolk County who experience a variety of different challenges with daily living. That could be related to physical health, it could be related to emotional health, disability, addiction, past violence and trauma. And because of this, there are occasions where people are not able to follow the participation agreements, where we have behaviors that put themselves or other people at risk, and where people are asked to leave the program. We are presenting 2 options for council's consideration, and there are times where we receive questions or concerns from neighbors of some of our emergency housing locations or members of the general public when incidents occur. We are presenting, as I said, 2 options for continued service delivery. One, which is the staff's recommendation, is to continue to operate from a housing first, trauma-informed perspective, to continue to operate as a low barrier program in order to ensure that there is service available for our most vulnerable community members. Option 2 would put more quote unquote rules in place that may mean that there would be more people deemed from the outset to be ineligible for service because of things like a mental illness or an addiction issue. Staff are not recommending that because we do believe that that would create a service gap in the community, which could lead to other issues such as increased street homelessness, increased numbers of people living rough. We have taken a full review of the program. We have worked with our partners in the OPP to evaluate our safety protocols. We have made some safety enhancements to the program to improve the safety for our staff who deliver the program, and we will continue to do so. So with that, staff are recommending option 1, and I'd be happy to answer any questions from council.
Thank you, Heidi. Are there any questions of committee? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Chair, I've used this program, or I didn't use it, but I sent vulnerable persons who have accessed this program several times through the OPP or the Social Services Department. And I think it used to once be, some similar program was operated by the Salvation Army years ago, I believe, right, Heidi? And,
Mr. Chair, through you to Councillor Columbus, yes, that's correct.
Right. I remember it was a huge discussion at council whether to take it this way or continue to let it go to Salvation Army, but I will move the recommendation as printed on page 7 of 7.
Sorry, seeing a seconder with Councillor Taylor. Sorry, my microphone was off. And so is there any further discussion regarding staff's recommendation? Seeing no further discussion, I will read staff's recommendation that staff report HSS 20-24 homeless prevention services emergency housing program be received as information, that council endorse the use of housing first and trauma-informed care principles in the delivery of the homeless prevention services delivered by the Social Services and Housing Department. And further, that council endorse option 1 as presented in this staff report as the service delivery model for the emergency housing program delivered by the Social Services and Housing Department. Is there any further discussion? All right, all those in favor? So carried, all tails up. Very good. We've moved on now to our next staff report. It is PW 21-01, sidewalk options, Cockshut Road and Dover Mills Road, Port Dover. Before we hear this next report, could I have a motion to receive the additional correspondence that we had received regarding sidewalks as information, moved by Councillor Martin, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? So carried. Those items of correspondence will be received as information. Mr. Godby, will you be speaking to report PW 20-01?
To the chair, yes, Chair Rabbits, I am here to walk through the next few reports, actually. So if it satisfies council, I will just leave my video off for saving bandwidth for everybody, unless you want it on, in which case I can do that as well.
The audio is working just fine. Jason, you may proceed without the video.
Okay, so report number PW 21-01 is a report that was spawned out of a deputation that occurred at the January 9th, 2019 budget deliberations, or right around there. It was essentially to highlight some of the pedestrian safety concerns with the stretch of road along Dover Mills Road and Cockshut Road in Port Dover. As a result of that, staff were directed and have prepared some information for council's consideration with regards to pedestrian safety in this area. So I guess there are three main drivers of the deputation. One, they were looking to requesting for the installation of a new sidewalk along Cockshut Road from Dover Mills Road to Ryerson Crescent. They were looking for the installation of additional street lighting along Cockshut Road from Dover Mills to Ryerson Crescent, as well as looking for new sidewalk to be installed along Dover Mills Road from Cockshut Road to Golden Meadow Drive. So staff have taken a look at these three requests and basically broke it down. Really what it comes down to is we do have a recommendation whereby right now our suggestion would be as an immediate short-term fix is to put some paved shoulders in that area. That being said, for new sidewalk along Cockshut Road from Dover Mills down to Ryerson Crescent, staff have given a preliminary estimate that we could do that along with some new lighting for in and around the area of $400,000. One of the things that has made that a little more of a costly venture is the fact that there would be some drainage engineering that would be required. The profile of the road allowance and other utilities and existing drainage within that area doesn't allow us to just simply add a sidewalk in. So in order to do that, we would have to be looking at installing a piped stormwater network through one of those ditches in order to accommodate that. As I mentioned, at this point, we're not recommending that, going through that level of effort. However, we could make a relatively quick improvement there by adding some paved shoulders through our urban resurfacing program, in which case we would have that could be something completed through the course of 2021. Staff had also identified that street lighting could be done there as well. And again, that would be taken from one of our existing capital budgets that, for approximately $20,000, we could get some significant lighting improvements done along that same stretch of road. I believe it's 2023, we're going to be looking at some road reconstruction work along Dover Mills itself, and it would be staff's suggestion that we would further explore the sidewalk stretch for that portion of road at that time, rather than taking it on as essentially what is right now an unbudgeted project. So out of all of that, we do have just our recommendation that, in 2021, we could relatively quickly, or through the course of the year, have the LED lights installed. We can put some paved shoulders on Cockshut Road from Dover Mills to Silver Lake Drive / Ryerson Crescent, and that we could look at inclusion of new sidewalk along Dover Mills when we get to that project and start the preliminary engineering in 2022. With that, I see there's lots of correspondence. I'm sure everyone has lots of questions, so I will do what I can to assist with any questions you have.
Thank you, Jason. We'll first hear from Councillor Martin, followed by Mayor Chop, and then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Budget Chair. Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Godby. First of all, thank you for bringing this forward. It's been a long time coming, and I know that I've certainly bugged you about it considerably, so thank you. I'm happy to see the recommendation, and my only concern and feedback from a lot of community members is that there are no protective barriers or measures alongside the road for the paved shoulder. And while that makes sense from a snow removal perspective, it doesn't from a safety perspective, which is the original intent and request. In your comments, you said an immediate short-term fix would be to lay the paving, but that the sidewalk could be, considered and looked at, although it would require additional spending on an engineering and the drainage and so on. I think I'll let Councillor Van Passen mention that, because he did bring up an email that is before my time where there was, unless I've misunderstood, a potential request for this type of engineering and drainage work to be done anyways. However, when I flip through the rest of our agenda, I'm seeing a considerable amount of savings through you and Mr. Burgess when probably the fall of last year, you requested that we delay some of the Port Dover projects and that they would be revisited. We would get them out for tender earlier, they would come back, and they would be priority for the 2021 year. And it's my understanding that we have savings of Don John Boulevard was $2.58 million budgeted, and it came in at 206. Ann Street, $300,000 of savings. Nelson Street, $5.6 million, came in at $3.9 million. And then it's not budgeted yet and accounted for, but Sunning Hill Drive, the overwhelming response from those community members is that they do not want a sidewalk. So my question to you is, could we not look at some of those savings and slow this process down and put the sidewalk in and do it once and do it properly in this area? Engineering work could occur this year, the sidewalk and the construction could occur the next year. They've been waiting for a sidewalk and safety measures in that end of town since probably 1990, and now there are only other additional homes that have come in since then. There are hundreds of homes in that area. So my question to you, Mr. Godby, is could we look at some of those savings? Port Dover delayed some of their projects. One neighborhood does not want sidewalks. And could we do this properly to just check the box on the safety measure for the original intent of the deputation?
Through the chair to Councillor Martin. Yes, I understand what you're saying, and you are absolutely correct with some of the savings that are projects that have come in, that had tenders come in significantly under budget. That is some additional funding that could potentially be accessed, I suppose. In further discussions with our Director of Engineering, one of our suggestions, rather than touching kind of that money from other projects that, we hope that the rest of our tenders for the year are coming in as good as these ones were. But we do carry an annual capital budget for a sidewalk program. And in discussion with our engineering staff, if it was council's desire to proceed with engineering work on the sidewalk installation and the improvement of the drainage situation, that we could do that through that existing 2021 sidewalk capital program that we do have, and just leave those potential other surpluses, I'll call them, alone, just in case. However, that ultimately would be a solution that would be the best from a pedestrian safety standpoint, where you do actually achieve the full separation off of the traveled portion of the roadway.
Right, thank you. And I would leave it up to you and finance to really see how the best way that should be done. I was just trying to be kind of cheeky there and make a point that there was savings. And, if it's something that we're going to look at doing anyways, can we just slow this process down, do it properly, get the public safety element checked off? And, this was a huge campaign issue in this area. People asked for it, and it is a dangerous stretch of road, and I just think if we're going to do it and we're going to spend the money, could we not, try to find a way to put the actual sidewalk in? And in some studies that I've done, I did have a conversation with Mr. King about this, but this is a bad stretch for speed. A lot of complaints for speed come in here. Police, we did have the trailer there for a short time, the radar. Police will come and sit there and try to check. But when you widen a road, it actually typically increases car speeds. When you create a road that's a little bit more narrow by nature, you slow down. And so from a pedestrian safety point, we're widening the road. We're not including any safety barricades. And I just think it's not achieving the original intent of the deputation. So thank you for those comments. That would just be the only thing I would leave with you. I would be prepared to slow the process down, look at some engineering this year and construction next year. And I would appreciate some comments from council on putting a sidewalk in for the hundreds of homeowners that live on this end of town.
Mayor Chop?
I guess I'm not really sure. I don't think that council can look at, my first comment would be, we saved on some projects, so we'll use the savings from a prior year's capital budget to use towards something else. I mean, we have budget amendments that come forward pretty much almost at every meeting for projects that have gone far over budget. That logic to me doesn't necessarily, well, not necessarily, it doesn't make sense. However, I guess one of the questions, could you just touch on, Jason, how we handled the paved shoulder in front of the no frills in terms of snow removal?
Yes, through the chair to the mayor. That was something else that we had sparked a conversation with. That stretch of road, I don't honestly have the back history as to how they determined that that's what they were going to do there. However, that is on the Port Dover municipally plowed sidewalk route. So what we have for snow removal activity there is, because of those kind of stop block barriers and the little whippy signs that are up, that the snowplow kind of plows up to that when doing the road surface, and the trackless machine, the small sidewalk machine that does some of the municipal sidewalks in Port Dover, actually drives out there and completes that section for winter control maintenance.
So, you know what, one of the emails that I received, of the many emails that we received, I really appreciated the one from Wade McLean. I have it right in front of me. He was actually the gentleman that brought this forward and really got this started back in January of 2019. And he says, he wanted to have a quick follow-up and that looking at the recommendations, it appears that a paved shoulder along Cockshut will be the preferred choice that will be discussed. I would suggest that only the east side of Cockshut between Dover Mills and Myersey Crescent needs to be paved instead of both sides of Cockshut as proposed to save on costs. And then he makes a suggestion that a portion of the savings, which I think is fair, could be used towards purchasing the parking blocks to create, a safety barrier on the side of that busy road. I mean, is one of the considerations not that we could go ahead with this and do it similar in front of the no frills and actually have plowing up there now that we're starting to streamline our plowing operations?
Through the chair to the mayor, I would have to look at the full Port Dover sidewalk route. However, I don't believe it's so far removed from what I for sure know to be on that route that it would not be a significant inconvenience. What that actual value associated with doing that, the cost of keeping that maintained would actually be, I can't really comment on, but I mean, it would also continue to be a viable way that we could address that.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I mean, we are the ones that just purchased or leased, I can't remember it, the the machines for the sidewalk plowing. So it's our own municipal employees that are doing that, correct?
Through the chair to the mayor, that is correct. We own one machine and then we rent a series of others to perform those.
Right. So, I mean, the cost on that end is nominal, especially when we look at the fact that we have, last year, we moved to reduce our snow plowing down to, provincial standards as opposed to, significantly exceeding them. So, I think Mr. McLean's suggestion is actually, something that has a lot of merit to it rather than waiting a couple of years. And we know things in this council, you start looking at, well, we'll do something in 2 years' time. 2 years' time turns into 4 years' time. And I appreciate, the fact that there's young families there and they, I think staff's recommendation has a lot of merit. And I think Mr. McLean's twist on that recommendation also has merit, which is to do the one side and to use the funding to put those blocks and then start servicing that with our snow plowing up the paved shoulder.
Sure, we have Councillor Martin would like to add something to that, and we'll circle back to Jason afterwards.
Sure, to build on Mayor Chop's comments. So I did speak with engineering. Mr. King said that to plow one side only was about $15,000 savings. However, the rest of Cockshut is set to have widened shoulders all the way out to Highway 3 eventually. Staff would then be filling that in later. It's part of the active plan, so I think that's in 2023. Mr. Godby can elaborate, but they do plan to pave the shoulders all the way out from here from that section to Highway 3.
All right, we'll hear from Jason Burgess. I do see his hand is raised, and I do have a speakers list. They have been patiently waiting, so we'll start with Jason. And Jason.
Sure, I'm just, and I'll confer with Mr. Godby, but I think if some of these other options might be considered, I think it would be fair for staff to maybe recircle on a few of these items to get our numbers straight and then be able to present a kind of a modified report back if some of these additional options is something that council may want to consider. I just don't want to kind of, Jason's trying to do his best to answer some of the information, but I think it might be, if that's something else that we want to explore outside of the options recommended by staff, that we maybe get an extra couple of weeks to provide some more information to council.
Anything further, Mr. Godby?
Through the chair to council, that is a very fair suggestion, and that is something that I was actually hoping I would have an opportunity to state, that we can easily run some numbers on this. As Councillor Martin indicated, the Cockshut is slated, I believe it was around 2023, but when that stretch of road is to be redone, it was identified in the active transportation plan to have, I believe it was bike lanes installed as one of the major thorough routes into Port Dover for cycling activities. So it would just be kind of a continuation of the work if we did do paved shoulders along this more urban section of the Cockshut. However, if I can get some preliminary numbers run on the difference between one side versus the other, what the approximate cost of doing those stop blocks and the little flag markers similar to that over by the no frills on Highway 6. Those types of details can be pulled together and reported back to council if you so desire.
Thank you, Jason. We'll circle back to Mayor Chop, and then we'll hear from Councillor Columbus and Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, my only piece with that, Jason, if you take that back and do some additional work on it, would be, we don't necessarily need, to have the full barriers, once that paved shoulder is done all the way. It's not that we're going all the way up to, St. John beyond the subdivision with, full barriers that we would necessitate, specialized snowplow removal. but I do agree that it would be, a great thing for bike lane in the future to extend, that full direction. But again, I don't think the barriers and so on, when we're doing the cost analysis of snow removal, needs to be looked at beyond where the developments end.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. We'll hear next from Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Generally, when we're talking about sidewalks, it doesn't matter which urban center it's in. We're always, we see two types of opinions, those that want sidewalks and those that don't. In this particular package, we don't see very many who are opposite. Most of them want the sidewalk. So, looking at the diagram in the air photo there, there must be a reason why there's so many people supporting, because they don't have to clean the sidewalk. So the county's going to be cleaning the sidewalk. Does it meet the policy for, I thought you had to have a 4-lane road in order to have a sidewalk cleared by the county, such as what happens on the Queensway and what happens on James Street in Delhi? Comment, Mr. Godby.
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, generally speaking, that is one of the criteria. There are also other sidewalks which have been included over the years. Frequently, high traveled areas that may not have frontage on certain on properties where you will necessarily get that property owner out in front of their house maintaining the sidewalk. It's a mildly mixed bag as to how we've gotten there. I don't see Mr. Cridland on the call. He would have a little better experience with that through his days with the roads operations. But that is, generally speaking, you're right. If it's 4 lanes, we typically do look after it, except for these other, higher priority ones, which can at any time be deemed by council to be included through our municipal sidewalk maintenance program.
Thank you. Councillor Van Passen, and then we'll hear from Councillor Martin again.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the effort that staff have put into this. The need for a sidewalk there is no doubt, I can understand the whole community wanting it. It's a connection between that end of town and the downtown. We didn't have money for it. Staff came up with a solution that, in a few years under the active transportation plan that we have in place and the 10-year capital budget that we have in place, there is a plan to, put a 1.8 meter bike lane all the way from Highway 3 down to Dover. And by just advancing the implementation of that plan by a few years, we could get something down between the Cockshut and Dover Mills. And now the option of putting in those posts and things as a extra safety measure, well, then you're going to have to extend the width of that new paved lane, because you can't just put in a 1.8 meter lane with little posts on the side. You still need probably that 1.8 meters for the snow plow to push the snow off the road without shoving it onto that sidewalk. And then you still need another lane beside that again. It would take a bunch more engineering work. And, you can't rob other budgets already because, a few tenders came in cheaper. We can't sneak those in because we're already sneaking a bunch of things that should have come off the levy onto debt. So that's probably not a good plan. Either we sort of accept what the staff has said, and they would put down a 1.8 meter paved path on either side immediately or in 2021 instead of in a few years down the road. Or let's decide whether we want the sidewalk, the drainage that goes with it, and that will be in the capital budget in 22 or 23. It's not going to happen right away. So do you want, I think Mr. Burgess mentioned this the other day about how you can have it quick, or you can have it cheap, or you can have it good, but you can get any 2 of those 3. And I think this is one of those situations again. So do we want it quick, do we want it cheap, or do we want it good? And I would leave that to the councillor from Ward 6 and the mayor who lives in Ward 6, and whatever direction they would take, I would support their opinion on that.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen, and that's a great segue for us to circle back with Councillor Martin.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. I agree. Listen, I get the budget implications. I get that we're being fiscally responsible here. Is paved shoulders an upgrade? It is. Are community members going to be happy to have a flat surface to walk in and out of town on and distance themselves from the road? They will be. But it's not the most safe recommendation or solution that I think we can do, and I don't think it's worth cutting costs and corners when we could slow the process down, get in an actual sidewalk, do the curb and gutter work, and leave it up to me to explain to my community members why it's not happening this year anymore. It's about safety, and for me, I don't want to cut costs on that one. And I'm not throwing that around frivolously. This isn't an urban community where they're half torn about wanting a sidewalk to get to the mailbox and not. This is a high speed, very unsafe road. It's a highway with lots of issues. Just past where this sidewalk would go, a gentleman was hit by a car and killed. So it's a dangerous spot, and there are young families, and there are seniors, and there's active community members. We're trying to encourage people to walk downtown instead of drive and take up parking spots. So for me, I really would truly ask my colleagues for some support here in doing the engineering work and getting the sidewalk put in. Further to that, there's about 23 other letters or emails that we were sent that are asking for the sidewalk, and Mr. McLean was kind enough to put forward some suggestions and some compromises, but I did speak with him, and he does prefer a sidewalk for his family, and that was the intent of the deputation. So my only other concern is if we end up paved shoulders, if we end up putting the safety barricades in, does that not negate the bike lane anyways, eventually? Are the bikes going to be using that? Probably not. They'd be on the other side of the safety barricades on the road traveling. So in closing, finally, I would say if council will indulge me and get some preliminary numbers back, and with the intent of going through the engineering process and getting the sidewalks put in, I would kindly ask staff to please commit to a timeline that is extremely reasonable to bring this back. This is set to come forward many times. It sat on our action list for a very long time. It was one of our very first deputations when we were sworn in, and we're just now seeing a report in front of us. So my request would be to please have this back in front of us before February's council meeting or something along those lines. But Mr. Godby, I'd leave that to you for comment.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. We'll first go to Jason Burgess. Thank you, Councillor Martin. We'll first go to Jason.
Sorry,
Burgess.
I apologize. I should have removed my hand.
Okay, all good. Well, I did hear a question there posed to Jason Godby. Sorry, I thought we were going to have Jason Burgess comment, but Mr. Godby, could you comment, please, about with reference to what was stated by Councillor Martin?
Yes, through the chair to Councillor Martin. It's something that I've already scribbled a whole page of notes here about some of the different ideas. It's something I can discuss with our Director of Engineering, and I should be able to get you some information, possibly as early as next week, some at least rough information back to this council, but I do believe for sure February would be more than reasonable.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. The clerk's just changing a microphone here, and then I might look to him for some type of motion so that I can assure community members that we are rolling with this and moving forward. Mr. Grizel, Mr. Godby just told us that he could probably get something in front of us next week, but he can for sure commit to February. And my preference would be that we give staff the authority to begin the process to look at what it's going to cost us for the engineering work and to actually put a sidewalk in on this stretch of road.
Seeing a few hands raised, let's first go to Jason Godby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I just wanted to make clear, when I was talking that even next week or in February, to be able to get some of those preliminary numbers back, not coming back with a whole different resolution or plan, but just that I can get some of these rough numbers on, doing one side versus the other, putting in the stop blocks or not. And even just to get make sure staff are very confident in their rough estimate of engineering of the drainage and the sidewalk and what that would actually look like.
Sure, so just more information that we'll be able to throw around actuals when looking at sidewalk versus paved with barricades. Is that what you're saying?
Through the chair, yes, that is what I'm saying. Just to bring you back some more details so that council can have a little better idea of what the real dollar values are that we're talking about, depending on what option you choose to give us direction on.
If it might assist, Jason Godby, would it be just easiest if we referred this report to the February CIC meeting, and then we could have this report before committee again, so they saw it in the full, and you could just bring forward like a little one-page information memo with the additional information?
Through the chair to the clerk, I think that sounds great to me.
Right, well, we'll go back to Councillor Martin, and is that in the form of a motion that we need to vote on? It sounds like you're essentially moving for, referral, deferral. I think I'd like to hear from Councillor Martin, and we'll go from there.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, sure, if that works for staff, if that's better for staff, if that's the case, I specifically, want to be careful to include language that discusses funding for sidewalks or a sidewalk. I specifically want that included if we're going the route of a motion.
Okay, I think that's understood. We have a movement for a referral from Councillor Martin. Do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Columbus, is there further discussion? Seeing no hands raised, we'll have the clerk read that referral out in its entirety, and I'll simply call for a vote.
All right. I'm blinking, so yeah, I'm on okay. That staff report PW 2001 be deferred to the February CIC agenda, and that staff present further information on sidewalk options.
Councillor Martin.
Just thinking out loud here, I've heard no discussion or objection to the lighting. Could that be separated and we could just pass that that's going to occur?
I think I'll leave you with would you like to, we'll go to that motion immediately following our vote for the deferral.
Sure,
Does that
thank
sound
you.
procedurally agreeable to everyone? Councillor Van Passen, we are in discussion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to bring forth the same type of motion to just refer it back to staff for more details, since Mr. Godby already has a page of notes. And I don't think it would make a difference whether we deal with the streetlights at this meeting or at the next CNC meeting. But that might be part of the overall sort of information that we're looking for from Mr. Godby, that I think the plan, if there were to be a sidewalk, would be on the opposite side of road where the current poles are. So would they be suggesting that they put lights on both sides of the road to keep the sidewalks good? And that's all the kind of information. Again, it's a package deal for the cock shut, so why not let them bring the whole package deal back at the next CNC meeting in February? I can't see it being that desperate a need on the lights. We can approve those next month. So I'll ask again Councillor Martin's opinion on that, because it is her ward.
Circle back to Councillor Martin.
Yep, no, that's suitable. Thank you very much. And if Mr. Godby's still listening, which I hope he is, I would just say, yes, the streetlights are on the opposite side. However, the sidewalk would not connect into anything if we went on that side of the road. So I'll leave that with you for your information to come back. Thank you very much, Councillor Van Passen.
Very good. We haven't lost sight of the lighting in addition to the sidewalk question. So
I think with that, I'll call the question. We've had it read out. We understand the intention of the deferral. All those in favor? So deferred. We'll look forward to having more information come back in February with those amended options for our consideration. With that, we're now moving on to staff report PW 21-02. This is regarding a speed limit policy, Norfolk County roads. We'll go back to Mr. Godby.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee. The purpose of this report here is essentially a kind of a housekeeping type, administrative organization type of policy that staff would be are looking to get approved by council. Essentially, as you are all aware, we all get numerous emails or phone calls or inquiries about speed complaints or anything of that nature across the county. Really what we're looking to do here is establish a policy for and a process for how staff and council are going to kind of receive and process these types of concerns when they come forward from the public. Essentially, it talks about the 85th percentile, which is, what that is the speed that, 85% of cars are basically driving through that area. So that require, in order to get that type of data, it requires obviously some ongoing monitoring needs to be done. Our road safety committee, we work with the OPP and police services board to try and make recommendations and identify areas that we are requesting these types of studies to be done. And it's really laying out that process of how we navigate through this so that we're not getting to a point where we're constantly chasing some of these inquiries or concerns of certain stretches of road that once a year we'd be looking at coming in with the results of all the reviews that we've done across the year, looking for recommendations to alterations to the posted speed limits, and bringing those forward to council for consideration. I don't know what else more I can really say there without just dictating the whole report, but I trust council has had a chance to review it, and I will gladly answer or attempt to answer any questions that you may have on it.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. Any questions of committee regarding this report? Councillor Columbus.
Mr. Godby, what is the rules for, we had some issues with road construction in the town of Delhi last year, and we had to call and make changes with respect to speed limit in the detours, and it was brought down to 30. How does that happen, and can that be somewhere included with respect to construction zones and detours to change speed limits?
Through the chair to Councillor Columbus, when a construction zone is established, it is the speed. There are certain triggers for the Highway Traffic Act that speed violations are doubled in construction zones. However, within a detour route, if it is going around the construction zone, the typical speed limit will still apply. The normal posted speed limit will apply. In the case of the issue that we have with Delhi, it was a very heavy increase in the amount of traffic down some of those detoured roads. As a result, you are correct, staff did add some additional signage in order to posting a lower speed limit. It would be, staff learned a lot from that experience. And it's something that as we're moving forward with the establishment of any detour routes in the county as a result of construction activities that we have, if we are going to run into situations that we have these extended detours through areas that are typically not designed for that volume of cars and maybe that rate of travel, that when we're looking at the contract award, that would be information that we'd be wanting to bring to council at that time, because we would also like to have that bylaw established, that posting that new speed limit so that it is fully enforceable by the OPP.
Thank you. That would resolve a lot of issues. Thanks.
Further questions of committee? Seeing no hands at this time, may I have a mover for staff's recommendation? It is contained on page 57 of our green package. Moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Michelli. Is there any further discussion? Seeing no hands, I will read out staff's recommendation. That staff report PW 21-02 be received as information, and that council adopt policy PW-15 speed limit policy. All those in favor? So carried. And opposed? None recorded. With that, we'll continue moving along in our agenda here. We are now on staff report PW 21-03, all-way stop warrant policy. Mr. Godby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to committee. This general theme of these last two reports are very similar. We're requesting council approve the establishment of an all-way stop warrant policy. Basically for the same reasons we were just talking about, some of the speed reduction things. It really provides staff a good mechanism to A, stay organized, and B, bring these types of issues forward to council for your consideration in an orderly manner. Always stop requests do frequently come up. It's highlighted in the report that many times the decision to support or not support a request for an always stop is typically driven by the OTM, the Ontario Traffic Manual. And it's technically looking at traffic volumes and splits and pedestrians and collision counts and the actual movements through an intersection. One of the things that it doesn't take into account is community input. So typically from a strict engineering standpoint, there's lots of times where, a request may come forward and it's denied on the engineering merits alone. So with that in mind, staff are proposing a policy whereby we've also enabled a mechanism for, the community and the local area residents to have a better organized mechanism for them to bring forward their concerns and have that brought before you as council to hear and to be able to ultimately make that decision. The establishment of these four-way stop conditions are within the powers of the municipality. There would be very few recommendations or times where, staff may want to interject if they're to make sure we're not creating an actual, a real safety hazard. There are some conditions that do exist like that. But again, it's all about getting a good process in place for staff to bring these issues forward to council so that we can keep them rolling, so we don't end up with some of these, requests that come before council and then end up getting stuck on a list for 2 years. That one of our hopes is that this will deal with that. And just as a side note, council will recall through our budget deliberations, one of our NBIs for the wanting to do some increased traffic counting. And that would be information that, council has approved us to be able to do that so far, that those traffic counts would also feed into that so that we get an idea of what the turn movements are and everything that is actually happening at these intersections when we have these requests come forward. So that being said, if council has any other questions or concerns, I will gladly do my best to address those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Godby. Any questions of committee regarding this staff report? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you to Jason. Jason, I noticed in the report, and you have just referred to the fact that we want to have some included community input on these items. I also think it's a very prudent thing to include that process require the support of the local councillor. I think that is another invitation for much more collaboration between the community and the councillor, and then have that presented to council. I think that's a very efficient and I believe effective way to approach this question. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. Is there any further questions or compliments from council? Okay, seeing none at this time. May I have a mover for staff's recommendation? It is contained on page 63 of our green agenda package, moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Michelli. I will read it. That staff report PW 21-03, all-way stop warrant policy, be received as information, and that council approve policy PW-14, all-way stop warrant policy. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, I will call the vote. All those in favor? It is passed unanimously. Our next staff report is PW 21-04, speed limit reduction, Port Ryerson. Back to you, Mr. Godby.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, through you to committee. We're digging back in the archive for this one. This is a response to a request that unfortunately is lingering since 2018 with regards to a speed reduction in the community of Port Ryerson. Ultimately, staff have completed a significant amount of analysis and had discussion with the OPP on this matter. They've checked the technical merits of the roads there to see how everything was lining up, and we have come to the recommendation that we are requesting a reduction or to post a 60-kilometer-an-hour speed zone on Port Ryerson Road from Radical Road to 1,500 meters south of Radical Road, and to post a 50-kilometer-an-hour speed zone on Norfolk County Road 57 from Lake Erie to 1,500 meters north through the village of Port Ryerson. I understand that's a bit of a mouthful to try and follow if you're just looking at the text. However, if you look at the map, I believe it's on page 72 of your agendas, you get a pretty good visual of what we're proposing here and what we would like to recommend be done for speed limits through and around Port Ryerson. If you have any questions, I will gladly listen and try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Godby. I do see a hand raised by Councillor Michelli. Could be lingering from his last commentary. We'll move on to Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you look at went back to the policy we just approved about speed limits, some of the considerations, adjacent land use and development. Hay Creek Conservation Area is in that stretch of road. Over the weekends lately, the cars are actually parked on the road because the parking lots are not big enough. And I think this is probably due to COVID, that they're just trying to get out there and enjoy Mother Nature a bit. The second thing is the roadway and shoulder widths. It's a narrow road with no shoulders. There's pavement and there's ditch. There is that big dip and hills that go up and down on Ryerson Road. And it is part of our bike trail path along the lake shore. So it is a shared use roadway with pedestrians and cyclists. So I think it meets most of the criteria of our new policy. But I do have one question for staff. Is that officially County Road 57 all the way to the lake, or does it change to commercial road for a portion of that?
Through the chair to Councillor Van Passen, I believe it is officially known as County Road 57, but I think it is also one of those roads that does have the alternative names to them, or the common name that is being used. That being said, that is something that we can definitely get verified, because we want to make sure that that bylaw language is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions of committee for staff? Okay, seeing no new hands at this time. Oh, Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you again, Mr. Chairman. I should mention that when the original complaint came forward back in, well, before this term of council, and it's been on that list, I have talked to that individual over the last 2 years, and I think staff immediately sort of put up the caution children playing sign again. The OPP did a little blitz on enforcement for a while, and the original proponent was much happier with the traffic on the road immediately, with the staff that the work that our staff had done. But this is still a follow-up, and it's still necessary. But I got to compliment staff that they did act on a portion of the problem immediately and solved the immediate problem, and this only makes it better.
Thank you for those kind remarks, Councillor Van Passen. With that, I'll be asking if anyone would like to move staff's recommendation or propose an alternative. Staff's recommendation is contained on page 71 of our green agenda. Seeing Councillor Huffman would like to move staff's recommendation. Do we have a seconder? I'm not seeing a seconder. Oh, sorry. Councillor Martin, thank you for that. I'll read it out. The recommendation is that staff report PW 21-04 speed limit reduction, Port Ryerson, be received as information, and that Norfolk County Council execute a bylaw authorizing road staff to post a 60-kilometer-an-hour speed zone on Port Ryerson Road from the center line of Radical Road to 1,500 meters south of Radical Road, and further that Norfolk County Council execute a bylaw authorizing staff to post a 50-kilometer-an-hour speed zone on Norfolk County Road 57 from shoreline of Lake Erie to 1,500 meters north through the village of Port Ryerson. Is there any further discussion on the matter? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? And it is carried unanimously. Thank you, Council. Moving along in our agenda here, we're now on staff report CS 21-05. 2020-04, summary of bid awards for the period ending December 22nd, 2020. I believe Shelley will be speaking to this report. Shelley?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Here you may proceed.
Thank you. The bid results identified in this request have been developed and issued in accordance with the Norfolk County Purchasing Policy and Procedures, and the recommended bidders have been proposed on the basis of having submitted the lowest compliant bid that meets the minimum specifications. Staff are seeking approval for the respective general managers to execute contracts with the successful bidders. A detailed summary of each of the requests and the projects have been outlined in attachment A of the report, and we would be pleased to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Shelley. Councillor Martin?
Thank you very much. My only is not a question, it's actually a comment just commending staff. I have to be honest, I was hesitant when I was requested to delay a few of these road projects. They were expensive last year, and staff made a commitment to get them out and have the tenders put out early, and you've done that, and according to my records, everything has come in at a much more reasonable price, so thank you to staff.
Thank you for those kind words, Councillor Martin. Is there any further questions or comments of committee for staff? Seeing no hands, and Andy, we got another microphone that's dying. It's been a marathon day. With that, I am just looking to staff's recommendation that is contained on page 75 of our green agenda package. Would anyone like to move staff's recommendation? Councillor Martin, is there a seconder? Mayor Chop. I will read staff's recommendation. That staff report CS 21-04, summary of bid awards for the period ending January 5th, 2021, be received as information, and that the general manager and chief nursing officer, Health and Social Services, be authorized to execute a contract with Henry Sheen Canada Incorporated for dental supplies, small equipment, and related services through the cooperative opportunity offered by the Ontario Educational Collaborative Marketplace, OECM, for a contract term ending November 29th, 2023, with the option to renew for one additional 2-year term. And that the General Manager, Public Works, be authorized to execute a contract with ViewCon Construction Limited for request for tender PW-E-21-38 Ann Street reconstruction in the amount of $1,121,938.26, excluding HST, and that the General Manager, Public Works, be authorized to execute a contract with RF Almas Company Limited for request for tender PW-E-21-36 John Boulevard reconstruction, Port Dover, in the amount of $2,065,777.04, excluding HST, and that the General Manager, Public Works, be authorized to execute a contract with Navicon Construction Incorporated for request for tender PW-E-21-61 Nelson Street West reconstruction and water main replacements, Port Dover, in the amount of $3,919,811.25, excluding HST, and that the General Manager, Public Works, be authorized to execute a contract with Navicon Construction Incorporated for request for tender PW-E-21-61 Nelson Street West reconstruction and water main replacements, Port Dover, replacement of the water main on Lakeside Lane, and reconstruction of the asphalt paving structure provisional item in the tender in the amount of $432,016, excluding HST, and further that the necessary bylaws be prepared. Is there any further debate on the motion. Staff's recommendation, seeing Councillor Van Passen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to compliment staff that they were able to fit in that tiny little portion of Lakeside Lane. And by doing so, we'll have everything and that area done at once rather than having to come back in a few years to do, it wouldn't even be 150 meters worth of road and water and sewer. And by, jigging the tenders, and I think we got a decent price on it, and we will have that all done. Won't have to go back there for a lot of years. So thanks again to staff.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. Is there any further discussion from committee? Seeing none, we have a mover and a seconder. I have read the recommendation. All those in favor? So carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone. Well, we've made it to the general announcements portion of our meeting. I believe we'll have general announcements before we go into closed session. There are a number of items that we do need to address in closed. So before we go, I think I'll just go around the room and around the virtual table. Just please raise your hand if you did have a general announcement that you would like to make. We'll first go to Mayor Chop and then Andy Grizel.
No, that's fine. I just wasn't sure. Mr. Grizel was going to jump in there. We did have a conversation, and I think I know where he's going with the announcement. So I'll let him take that over.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. Let's hear from our county clerk.
Sure. Just wanted to remind all members of council and the public as well that we have set up a web form for people to have just general comments, so that is available. We got rid of the DL councilors, the distribution list for councilors and members, because it was just making email boxes unmanageable for a lot of people, a lot of spam coming in there as well. So if the public does have something that they do wish to provide, clerks at norfolkcounty.ca gets it before all council. It gets it printed in agendas. That's where we'd always recommend people put it on. We always recommend that people don't post all members of council's email addresses either, because that kind of encourages it. And we did have some initial success, I think, in kind of rerouting it. So we just want to continue on the positive path to make sure that we're getting more stuff captured in the public record.
Very good. Thank you so much for that information, Andy. Well, with that, we can circle back to Mayor Chop, general announcements, and then Councillor Van Passen.
If I could just go at the end, Chair Rabbits, and I just want to touch on, obviously, the provincial announcements from the Premier, but I'll let the rest of councillors go first.
Very good. We'll hear from Councillor Van Passen, and then the Mayor wishes to address recent announcements that we've had regarding the state of emergency. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to draw everybody's attention to the staff memo in our information package from the Chief Building Official, Mr. Enslin, that they recognize the priority with the need for new bunkhouses or renovations to bunkhouses, and they've actually set it up to expedite matters as quickly as possible and have a dedicated team with the building department specifically for that. So I hope that helps our farmers get what we need to keep our guest workers healthy and safety in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Van Passen. And before we pass it off to the Mayor, I just want to thank everyone for their patience today as we worked through some technical difficulties, unprecedented times that we're in. And I just want to thank everyone. Really proud of this group. We were able to all attend and accomplish quite a bit of business today, despite us having a fourth day of deliberations. Let's hope that will be the last day for deliberations. We'll go to Councillor Michelli because he does have some general announcements, and then I think we will have Mayor Chop have the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And pursuant to your remarks, I do want to thank you individually for filling in for me as I was unable to during the due to the technical problems on this end, doing it virtually. So I want to extend my thanks to you and congratulate you on doing a very good job. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll take that. Now we're to Mayor Chop.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know whether to, maybe I should start out with the good news first. The good news is that the hospital has received the first shipment of the Pfizer vaccine today. So, you know, we're going to be moving ahead with the vaccination program here in Norfolk County. Obviously, it's those that will be the first to receive are as established by the province, which is, you know, our long-term care residents as well as our healthcare providers. So that's a really piece of positive news for Norfolk County. The other piece to mention, obviously, the province declared a provincial emergency again today, and the Premier issued stay-at-home orders to take effect on Thursday morning at 12:01 a.m. I think what is probably best is Matt Terry put together a press release. Quite often, members of the public don't actually see the many press releases that we put out. So I think what I'll do is I'll just read Matt's press release for those that, you know, would only really read about this in the newspaper with select quotes. So it says the Ontario government has declared a provincial state of emergency and issued a stay-at-home order restricting all non-essential travel outside the home, and that will be in effect in Ontario starting Thursday at 12:01 a.m. Only trips such as going to the grocery store or pharmacy, accessing healthcare services, for exercise, or for essential work will be permitted. Additionally, all businesses must ensure that any employee who can work from home does so. Outdoor gathering limits have also been capped at 5 people. The order is in response to the increasing number of COVID-19 cases in Ontario, as well as modeling that projects case numbers that could quickly overwhelm the province's healthcare system. Provincial data also shows that mobility and contacts between people have not decreased with the current restrictions. A quote from Dr. Nasathari, he says, today's announcement underscores just how serious the COVID-19 situation has become in this province. It is absolutely imperative that we do as much as possible to preserve healthcare capacity in our region. Staying home means less opportunity to spread the virus in our community, reducing cases, avoiding hospitalizations, and ultimately saving lives. The province has also enacted the following public health measures. Individuals are required to wear a mask or face covering in the indoor areas of businesses or organizations that are open. Wearing a mask or face covering is now recommended outdoors when you can't physically distance more than 2 meters. All non-essential retail stores, including hardware stores, alcohol retailers, and those offering curbside pickup or delivery, must open no earlier than 7 a.m. and close no later than 8 p.m. The restricted hours of operation do not apply to stores that primarily sell food, pharmacies, gas stations, convenience stores, and restaurants for takeout or delivery. Non-essential construction is further restricted, including below-grade construction, exempting survey. Sanger goes on to say, stay at home and save lives. It's as simple as that. Each trip outside the home, each visit with those we don't live with represents another link in the chain of virus transmission that could ultimately result in the death of a community member. COVID-19 has resulted in the deaths of 36 residents of Haldeman and Norfolk. We must take action to stop the spread of the virus or risk losing more members of our community. Again, to the members of the community, the details are provided on Norfolk County's website, so keep checking back there for updates. And we will also have updates in regards to county services and how those will be provided. Those will be coming forth in the coming days. So keep checking back onto the Norfolk County website for those details. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Chop. With that, I think I would like for the clerk to read out the declaration to move into closed session, and then I will seek a mover and a seconder, and we shall vote on it.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair Rabbits. The committee convened in closed session at 6:04 p.m. pursuant to Section 239(2) C, B, and F of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to a proposed or pending acquisition or disposition of land by the municipality or local board, advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose, and personal matters about identifiable individuals, including communications necessary for that purpose. So Once you get a mover and seconder, it'll just 5-minute break and we'll get the next link up again.
Very good. Can I have a mover? Seeing Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All those in favor? So carried. We will take a brief 10-minute break, and the links are being circulated for closed session. I'll see everyone back here at 6:15. All right, I see the camera is adjusted on us here. So welcome back, everyone. We have just exited our closed session. Can I have a motion to reconvene and open? Moved by Councillor Taylor and seconded by Councillor Columbus. All those in favor? So carried. With that, I'll have the clerk begin reading out the resolutions deriving from closed session.
Thank you, Chair Ravitz. So the first one is that report CS 21-03 be deferred to the council meeting.
Do we have a mover for that? Councillor Martin, seconded by Mayor Chop. Is there any discussion? All those in favor? So carried. Next item, Andy.
That the direction of...
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
There was a question. Councillor Martin.
Note through the chair to the
declare
clerk,
your
I'm going to declare an indirect perceived pecuniary interest and step away from the table.
Yes, thank you for that, Councillor Martin. This was with reference, to staff report CS 21-05. Councillor Martin immediately declared her conflict of interest and excused herself from that portion of our meeting. Andy, you may proceed.
That the direction of report CS 2105 be approved as presented.
Do we have a mover? Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Taylor. Is there any discussion? None. All those in favor? So carried. Councillor Martin may return. Wait for her to take her seat. And Andy, you may proceed.
That the memo respecting the hub lands be received as information.
Do we have a mover? Councillor Taylor, seconded by Councillor Michelle. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? So carried. Andy?
That the memo respecting the Robinson Administration Building be received as information, and that council approve a single source exemption for from the purchasing policy to allow staff to engage a third party for forensic review.
Moved by Councillor Martin. Is there a seconder? Councillor Columbus. Is there any discussion? I'll call the question. All those in favor? So carried. Andy?
That the memo respecting an update to report CS 2038 be received as information.
Can we have a mover? Councillor Taylor, seconded by, I'm seeing Councillor Michelle. See your hand is raised. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? So carried.
And then just as direction, the last four items, all the appointment reports were deferred to council for discussion due to time.
And so we don't need a vote on that. It was a matter of time, and so that's been deferred to our next. It was our next council meeting. We can expect that, correct?
Yeah. So please retain the packages. We won't reprint them. I'll bring a couple in case people don't have them.
Very good. And for those community members and for the information of the public, we have deferred staff report CAO 21-1, CO 21-2, PD 21-01, and PD 21-02. Committee appointments will be dealt with in our next meeting of council. We've arrived at the end of our meeting today, so I guess we have to. I'm getting a little fuzzy as to what agenda I'm in. We're CIC, so I just need a motion for adjournment. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Mayor Chop, seconded by Councillor Taylor. We've got two hands up by Councillor Huffman. You can only vote once. So with that, I'll call the question. All those in favor of adjournment? CIC is adjourned. Thank you so much, everyone. Be well and stay safe. We'll see you next time.